If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
A Wicked Kind of Countess by Harriet Caves. Prologue. Are you sure about this, Elliot? Miss Cassandra Wright asked her old friend, Lord Elliot Andrews, the future Earl of Ferguson, as she gripped his hand tightly, her heart beating 1,000 times a minute. She could hear the sounds of the Johnson ball fade away behind them as they rushed through the back garden. What is there to be unsure about? He said, a little breathless, and Cassandra could see his smiling face in the light of the lamps through the darkness. At the sight of Elliot's bright smile, Cassandra calmed a little. She trusted him. This was the man she had been in love with for as long as she could remember. If he said something was fine, then it was. That was the end of it. He pulled her into one of the alcoves of the folly in the back garden, and they were hidden in the shadow. Gardens were the place where lovers met, where things that would not go unseen in the daylight could be performed. They paused, looking into each other's eyes. Her heart was hammering in her ears as Elliot's hands moved to her waist. She swallowed at how warm his hands felt against the soft fabric of her dress. No one had ever touched her there before. She had never thought of any other man romantically. Not when Elliot had constantly been in her heart. And he loved her too. Of that she knew, for it had been written in the stars for them ever since they were children. She could see it in his eyes. He moved closer to her, until she felt like she couldn't breathe. He leaned down and kissed her gently on the lips. And Cassandra's heart did a little leap of joy inside of her. This was Elliot, whose strong shoulders, deep blue eyes, and tousled brown hair had made many a woman melt, their eyes trailing after him in the ballroom. Cassandra had seen it all. But now, Elliot's eyes were turned to her, and he was kissing her and no one else. She sighed, tentatively opening her mouth to his, letting him kiss her just as slowly as he liked. The wonderful scent of him was overwhelming, and it made every one of her senses peak. Rising to attention, he pulled away, both of them still breathless from the hurried dash from the ball and the kiss. I have waited a long time to do that, Elliot said with a smile. And I am glad that it has now finally happened. She was grinning, so gleeful, unable to contain her excitement. I love you, Cassandra Wright, he said, moving his thumb to caress her cheek. For a moment, she was speechless, lost in the affectionate look in his blue eyes, wondering if it was all real. Had he really just said that? And you, Elliot Andrews. Elliot pulled her in for a second kiss, this one more passionate and wanton than the first, and once that one was done, Cassandra felt like her head was spinning. Stars were in her eyes, and she could barely think straight. Come, he said, pulling her a little further into the shadows and pulling her to run again out of the garden and onto the street. I have a place we can go. No one will find us there. I want to show you just how much I love you. Cassandra's interest was piqued. She had heard whispers of what men and women did with each other behind closed doors, and she felt the titillation over her skin. But she didn't know what it was or what it felt like. All she did know was that if she was to do that with anyone, it would be Elliot, the man she loved. Elliot pulled her along the dark street and Cassandra was breathless again with both excitement and rebellion. Elliot, we cannot go far, you know. It is not far, he said. After a few moments, they stood in front of the door to a townhouse, and he opened the door. Come, he said, and they moved inside. This is the house I shall receive when I am of proper age. There is no one installed in it yet, of course. I have to choose the staff. She let him pull her close to his chest as they reached the stairwell, and he covered her mouth again. But this time, began pulling at her clothing. At first, she pulled away. She wanted him so badly. but she was concerned about what might happen. "But Elliot, we are not yet married. What if we are found out?" He chuckled, caressing her cheek again, and pulling her backward into the room at the top of the stairs. Inside was a rather large, comfortable-looking bed, even if there was no other furniture around. "My dear Cassandra, you know I want to marry you. I love you so much, I could burst. That was why I had to get away from that party. So I could tell you this. And that we could do this together as an expression of our love. Our love. For I do love you, Elliot. So very much." She felt it was right in her heart. She wanted to show him just how much she loved him. Cassandra's senses were hazy with desire and love for this man who had taken such a hold over her heart. There in the empty townhouse, she gave herself to him and let her pleasure rise and fall, savoring the journey in his arms. Chapter 1. 5 years later. Elliot Andrews stood in front of his father's grave, feeling all the solemnity that was proper. Showing it rather than feeling it perhaps. The light spring breeze moved through his brown hair, and he gripped his hands in front of him. The Ferguson earldom now lay upon his shoulders, and he was not yet sure if it was something he wanted. It had suited him fine enough to live a disillusioned life in Cambridge, after he'd been banished there until he left and moved between London, Paris, Berlin, and Rome to live on his own, without thought to what his parents might think. He did whatever he liked, anything in order to ease the pain of what he had lost. Now, he was forced back to the country village in Cheshire, looking at the fresh grey stone of his father's grave. He had been too far away at the time to make the funeral, but now he was here, and his mother insisted he visit the grave. But what did he have to say to the man who had ruined his happiness forever? What had he to mourn for when that man, so hard and rigid, who had overindulged him throughout his young life, and had then taken away the one thing that had really mattered to him, attempting to force him to leave Cassandra because he found her unsuitable as an earl's wife? Feeling that old rage bubble up within him, Elliot pushed a hand through his tousled hair, remembering the look of Cassandra's face in the starlight in the garden of the Johnson ball, when he'd told her that he loved her. He had been a fool then, a great fool, but he had meant the words. Cassandra was meant to be his wife and no one else's, and yet his father had not understood that. Not a single woman he'd been with since that fateful night had even come close. But they did well to mask some of the pain. He would never give his heart away again. His heart told him it was because it was not free to give. But he ignored it. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Elliot looked up to see a woman in a long dark coat and bonnet, standing in front of a grave a few feet away. She was young, and he presumed that she was there, mourning a late husband or former lover. That would be a very great grief, indeed, he thought, but he had felt a similar one, if not in actuality, but in spirit. She turned, and his heart stopped at the sight of that alabaster skin under brown curls, and the shape of a pair of red lips he knew all too well, for he had seen them in his dreams. He stepped forward out of instinct. He had to see her, to speak to her, to know if she was real. For the last 5 years, she was only in his memory, and now she was here in the flesh in front of him. As if she had heard the calling of his heart, she turned to him, and they stopped to stare at one another for a heart-stopping moment. She looked surprised when her lovely hazel eyes finally alighted on him in recognition. "Elliot," she said in a small voice, and Elliot swallowed at the sound of his name on her tongue. It felt like a caress. There was the shadow of a smile on her face. "Cassandra," he said in return, taking another few steps toward her until he was standing in front of her, and his eyes took in every part of her. She had changed greatly, but only in beauty, even if a slight sadness was in her eyes. Her figure was now more shapely and attractive than it had been in her younger years, and her face had taken on character. However, her eyes and her mouth were the same, both of them equally enticing. Such honesty, intelligence, and kindness in her face. Such genuine beauty. Cassandra opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out at first. He cleared his throat, and Cassandra said, "When did you return? Please accept my condolences on the loss of your father." Her words were spoken in that same voice that had haunted his memory for years. But there was a tense edge to it, as if she didn't trust him. How could she act as though he was in the wrong? She'd barely waited a few days before she was hurried off and married. "Thank you, Cassandra. And you, I must also offer my condolences to whoever you are visiting this fine afternoon." Cassandra's head turned back to where she had been standing, and Elliot was given another view of her long neck, peeking out from the collar of her coat. And he had to swallow again to forget the memory of her soft skin. "Ah yes. It is my husband that I visit. My late husband. He died a year ago. Bill Benson. I am certain that you have heard of it." She looked up at him, her eyes mysterious and veiled. He replied, "I had heard of your marriage. Catherine sent me a letter letting me know that it had occurred. But I did not know of his death. I am sorry." Why had Catherine never told him of this very important fact? He wondered what had happened to the man. Before his brain could catch up with him, he said, "Will you walk with me a bit?" and offered his arm. She was a widow after all, and it would not be entirely unseemly for her to be seen with a man. Cassandra hesitated, and a faint pink covered her cheeks. But she nodded her head and slid her arm into his. Cassandra knew this wasn't a good idea. The man had made love to her and then left her a few weeks after, leaving her to deal with the mess he had made of her life. And yet the sight of him now after so long was like she had been given a refreshing drink of water after traversing a long, hot desert. He was a man now, 25 years of age. He seemed taller than he had been when she'd given herself to him. He was most definitely bigger. His shoulders had widened considerably and his chest had broadened, but his stomach and waist were still narrow. His hair was just as tousled and handsome as it had always been. Her body had not yet caught up with her mind's resolution to firmly ignore him, and she felt a draw toward him that stemmed from her belly. When he'd asked her to walk, her mind had gone completely blank, and she had no option but to say yes and slide her arm into his, the feeling sending gooseflesh over her flesh despite the warm day. She couldn't squelch the fluttering in her chest as they walked toward the river that abutted the church and the cemetery. He pointed to it. "It seems only a short time ago that we were playing in the river, running through it with our feet bare and then climbing the apple trees." She smiled at the memory. It was a beautiful time, was it not? Blissful days when there was nothing to think about or plan. Simple pleasure and enjoyment were the order of the day. He chuckled. "You are right. And life has gone by so quickly. I sometimes wonder where all the time has gone." "Where do you live now?" "Not far from here, actually. We have a cottage a few miles from the church." The sun was moving at an angle which set the fields and hills around them afire with light. "Lovely. I forgot how beautiful the village is at this time of year." Elliot's voice had the air of loss in it, and it frustrated Cassandra. What had he to be sad about? It was he who had gotten to move on with his life. And her own dreams had been put on hold. Her own heart had been broken and not his. "Yes," she said tightly, suddenly wishing that he was back a million miles away. Far away he could no longer touch her. And she had only to deal with the memories of him. At least the memories were not physically there, where she could touch them, smell them, and feel his masculine presence so close to her. Even if he was a rake and a rogue, she knew he was a success at it. No woman had ever been able to resist the man. That must have been how she had fallen into his bed as an innocent. She had fallen for his trick. Thinking of his brilliance, his energy, his crazed ideas, and annoyingly witty sense of humor. Now, she knew better. The world was a cruel and hard place, and she would not fall for the same trick twice. "Cassandra," he said, turning to her, and she could hear the softness in his voice. "Stay strong, Cassandra," she told herself, afraid that as soon as she would look in his eyes, she would melt at his feet. "Yes?" she said, turning to him, lifting a brow, hoping he didn't notice the blush on her cheeks or the way she had to keep swallowing to keep her composure. She gasped when he lifted a hand to her cheek and slowly brushed a thumb along her bottom lip. She was so shocked into silence by this intimacy that she merely blinked up at him, her lips parting, wondering just how she had survived the last 5 years without him. "I have missed you," he said in a soft voice as he moved closer, his broad chest lightly brushing against her. His deep blue eyes were looking into hers, and she nearly forgot her own name as she let herself fall into them. The love for him was there somewhere inside of her. She had never really let it go, but she couldn't give in to him again. Not when she had been so hurt. In a thick voice, she replied without thinking. "And I, you." And then, his lips lowered to hers. Chapter 2. Elliot wasn't thinking anymore, he was only feeling. As soon as he'd brought up the memories of their shared past, and looked at her in that lovely, warm, yellow sunlight, he forgot all his anger at her and wanted nothing more than to touch her, kiss her, and feel her softness around him. When his thumb moved over her lip, his blood began to sing. He knew what it was like to taste Cassandra right. No taste was sweeter, and no woman since had fulfilled the craving he had for her. He leaned down, ready to kiss the woman he had missed for so long, anticipating it greatly. But then to his surprise, she turned her head away and pressed gently against his chest. "No," she said, softly at first, but then she increased in volume. "No, Elliot. Do not do this to me. Not after so long. You think that because you are an experienced rogue, having flirted and bedded a long line of women, that you can suddenly return and take me again simply by kissing me? Was that your plan as soon as you came back? Come and kiss and take to bed innocent and simpering Cassandra?" Elliot stepped back, surprised for a moment as he watched Cassandra's face suddenly twist into anger. But he soon regained his ability to speak. "What do you mean, Cassandra? You never wrote to me. You left with nary a word." "What are you talking about? I wrote every day." "You never wrote to me." "I never received any information except that of your marriage, soon after I left." Imagine my surprise. "Why should it have mattered to you?" Cassandra replied angrily, and he could see the tears forming in her eyes. She continued to step away from him. "You left me without a word and so soon after I had given myself to you." He could see the struggle it took for her to say the words. "You shamed me, Elliot. But I should have known, for you are a rake and everyone knows it. Everyone knew it at the time, I am sure, except for me. I will not play the fool again. Do not think you can have me so easily. As if the past never happened," she said angrily, backing even further away, getting ready to run. Elliot was so angry he could barely see straight. To hear her accusations so strongly thrown in his face was unbearable. She was the one who had shown her lack of love for him by her marriage. He had done nothing of the kind. "Cassandra, I am incredulous," he yelled. "I wanted to marry you. I told you so that night. I went to my father to ask to marry you." She looked at him suspiciously, her chest heaving with anger. "Do not lie to me, Elliot. You were happy to run off to Cambridge a week or more after it happened." Elliot could feel his own blood boiling. Clearly she had it all wrong. "My father forced me to go. I told him I loved you and that I wanted to marry you. And he pushed me off to Cambridge as soon as he could." Cassandra laughed, a horrible, mirthless sound that only served to fuel his anger further. "Again. More lies. How can you be pushed to do anything, Elliot? And what a convenient excuse. You could bed a woman and then leave as soon as possible with your father as your reason for doing so. She put her hands on her hips. It is the truth, Elliot said, his volume rising. I came back as soon as I could. And I heard you were already married. I suppose the love we shared meant nothing to you. He was now breathing heavy, and he could see the hurt in Cassandra's eyes. She turned away and said, Do not accuse me of such a thing. Although I do wish I had cared less. Stay away from me, Elliot Andrews. I never wish to speak to you again. But he could think of nothing proper to say in reply. And so he watched her run away. A half an hour later, Elliot walked back into his home. The butler at the door looking a little taken aback at Elliot's scowl. He thrust his hat and gloves into his butler's waiting hand and removed his coat as well. Walking through the house, he sighed and pulled at his cravat, so that he could loosen it. He needed an outlet for his fury. He entered his father's study and closed the door. Grateful to be alone. Elliot. Elliot, you fool. Why did you try to kiss her? Why did you let her reel you in again only to rebuff you? Damn it, man. He went to the side table, pouring himself a rather large glass of whiskey, drinking it down in one gulp. He slammed the glass down on the table, making some of the other glasses on the shelf shake. He kept pacing back and forth, rubbing his hand over his face and around the back of his neck. He thought he had forgotten her. Or at least put her aside enough that he didn't have to live every day with the ache in his chest. Damn it, he said again, for the memory of nearly kissing her was driving him wild. Her eyes had been full of that old desire and affection for just a moment. Her skin was still soft to the touch, and his whole body was on fire as he reached for her, wanting that sensation again. He was trembling now, and he wasn't sure if it was with fury, with lust, or unresolved misery. What did she mean? He hadn't written to her. He'd written to her almost every day, explaining the situation. That he would return to her. And she thinks that she also wrote to him? He received no word from her. Not one letter, and she pretends that she was some victim? As if his heart had not been broken by the loss of her to another man. And she didn't even believe him when he'd told her the truth? Why was she so apt to think him a cad who had left her so brutally and shamefully? He jumped at the sound of knocking on the door. He opened it reluctantly, to find Mrs. Whittaker, the housekeeper, on the other side. Her head tilted to the side with a smile. "Young master," she said in a kind voice, and Elliot felt a little bit of his tension release. The housekeeper had always had a soft spot for him and he for her. For she had been more of a mother than his own mother ever was. She was short, with graying hair and a round face, and she had always been there for him. He didn't know it. But it had broken her heart when he'd left. "Mrs. Whittaker," he said, opening the door wider. "How may I assist you?" She had been overjoyed when he returned home at long last. And he remembered her embarrassed look after she'd embraced him for longer than decorum allowed. Mrs. Whittaker had taken to calling him young master when he was little and never stopped. He rather enjoyed the feel of the youthful name, as the current title which had been so hurriedly thrust upon him felt strange and wrong. "Young master, I think you should prepare yourself. Your mother is in a state. For not only did she hear you burst through the door, but some news has reached her that you were seen with Mrs. Benson in the graveyard this afternoon in a sort of close embrace." She cleared her throat respectfully, and Elliot groaned, rolling his eyes. "Wonderful, Mrs. Whittaker. As if the day was not horrible enough, I have a grief-stricken mother soon to be upon my head. I thank you for the warning." He touched a hand softly to her shoulder and then groaned again as he heard the sound of angry footsteps heading his way. Cassandra, her heart on the verge of being broken a second time, had not even looked behind her as she raced away, the tears fully streaming down her face now. She didn't stop running until she was back inside her cottage. The maid at the door was surprised at her tear-stained face. "Madame," she said. "Are you all right?" "I will take tea, Annie, but please give me a moment." Annie nodded, and Cassandra ran up the steps into her own room to lay down on the bed. Finally, she could breathe. What a fool he had made of her again. She had nearly given in to his kiss. And after so many years of understanding what the world and what men were like? How could she? "Cassandra. What a fool you are. What a fool. He has shamed you again. And you let it happen." She shuddered to think of the way she'd looked so earnestly and lovingly into his eyes. It was as if her body was blissfully unaware of the past and how he'd treated her, and instead was returning to the physical sensations that it had once known so well. And then, she realized with horror. What if someone had seen them in such an embrace? She was a widow, and so it would not be so great a scandal. But it was a small town, and she would be disgraced once more in the community for passing out her favors to any man who asked. That was how she felt. Used, disgusting, and unwanted. Even her former husband's condescending gaze had not made her feel these emotions as strongly. Elliot Andrews had made her feel like she was beneath him, simply to be used for his pleasure and then dropped as soon as it was convenient. The wave of memories that came crashing down over her set her to weeping for nearly a quarter of an hour. However, after that, she quieted, feeling the fatigue after a strong bout of tears, and laid her head back on the pillow. "I promised myself that if I saw him again, I would not weaken so in front of his eyes. He must never know the truth, the state of my heart, or the reason for the marriage. He must never know." Her restatement of her resolution comforted her some. Besides, she realized that she did not need to see him again. It was not as if she and his family often saw each other. She had shied away from too many social engagements over the years, and out in the countryside, those in the Ferguson set were little inclined to mix with the commoners. Occasionally, she would see his sister Catherine. But she was a sour, unpleasant sort. And so they had never been friends. Not like she had with Elliot. Cassandra closed her eyes for a moment, trying to take in deep calming breaths. Hating that sorrow never seemed to expire and leave her be. "You will not let Elliot Andrews unnerve you so again, Cassandra? You will not?" She kept repeating, trying to strengthen herself before she returned downstairs for tea. She sat up and then walked to her looking-glass to see the state of her face. It was very red, but since it was only her living in the cottage after her husband's death, she could have her tea in the parlor alone, and none would be the wiser. She was resolved to find something else to occupy her mind for the day. Perhaps a book or a visit to one of her friends nearby? Either of those things would do well enough. She didn't need anyone any longer. Her husband had died, and even though he had not been a terrible man, she'd still felt controlled, a little trapped. And then there had been her second great loss after Elliot. And life had soon become unbearable. But Bill Benson was dead, leaving her a widow, with some fortune, and the wonderful freedom to do as she pleased with her time and life. Now, she did not need to be beholden to anyone. And the last person she would be beholden to or controlled by was Elliot Andrews. Cassandra was beginning to feel quite a lot better after that train of thought. She even smiled to herself of her good luck as she held the doorknob, ready to leave the room. But against her will, as she opened the door, thoughts of Elliot's eyes gazing down at her, his thumb on her lip, and his mouth descending slowly flashed into her mind. She clutched her stomach, trying to steady herself. She would not think of that or of him, even though in that moment, back at the river, she had wanted to kiss him more than anything else in the world. Chapter 3. Elliot Andrews. You are the Earl of Ferguson. Laura Andrews, the Dowager Countess of Ferguson, was pacing back and forth in her son's study, while Elliot sat behind his desk, ready to break one of his pencils in his hands. Anything to try not to burst into flames with fury. "Yes, Mother. I know this well." The older woman stopped, crossed her arms over her chest and stared at him. Elliot's mother had an angry stare like no other. It reprimanded, chastised, and made guilty all in one. But Elliot had developed the skill to deal with that look. He did not let it pierce him anymore as it had done countless times before. He was now bored with it. "Then why, in the dear Lord's name, are you prancing about the countryside with this Mrs. Benson, who you had so cleverly pushed aside in order to pursue your education and fulfill your dreams? Not only that, but you are bringing your rakish ways to the fair countryside, where one word of gossip will spread like wildfire. This is not Paris, Rome, or London, my dear boy, but a hamlet. You will disgrace us." She threw her arms up into the air and continued pacing. Elliot sighed, watching her erratic movements, wondering why on earth he had found himself in a situation with Cassandra, when it was beyond all sense that he should do so. "Forgive me, Mother. It was not my uppermost thought to disgrace our family." His tone was sarcastic, and he could see his mother getting even more irritated. "No, it was my uppermost thought to kiss Cassandra after so many years of not being able to." He sat up, annoyed that his thoughts were returning to that horrible moment. His mother seemed to calm, but only a little. "Then what? You will not do such a thing again?" "No," he said, shaking his head. "I will keep the family's good honor in mind." "Good, for you are now an earl and should conduct yourself as the new position requires." Elliot nodded, ready for the end of this rebuke, wanting to return to his time of self-pity and drinking. "And then, what will you do about this Cassandra Benson business?" His mother's eyebrow lifted, and she narrowed her eyes in his direction. "There is no business, Mother," he said in a frustrated tone. "It is nothing. Forget about it. It is not as if it will happen again. I do not believe I will have another occasion to meet Mrs. Benson another time. If we do happen to be thrown together, then I will treat her as a mere acquaintance. Leave me to my own business. I am no longer a boy." She stiffened up a little and looked down her nose at him for a moment. After a pause, she said, "Fine then. I am satisfied. I will see you at dinner." His mother left the room, and Elliot was grateful that it was over and done with. She had given him a proper scolding, and now she was satisfied with his answers. He would do nothing more to disgrace the family, but he certainly was not going to be a saint either. That part he had intentionally neglected to tell his mother, and for obvious good reason. Now he could enjoy the evening as best he could and would not hear her dreaded footsteps again until dinner time. He left his study, unable to focus on anything, even though letters and papers littered his desk that needed his attention. He wandered to the smaller family drawing room, where he found Catherine poised over a letter. "Catherine," he said, causing her to look up with a smile. Catherine Andrews was a far cry from her brother, whose good looks were known far and wide in their circles. Elliot was brown-haired while Catherine's hair was dark. He was tall and lean, while she was short and a little bit plump. "Hello, brother. You are quite the talk of the town, so I hear." She looked over her spectacles at him, a pen in her hand. There was a joking glint in her eye, and Elliot laid down upon the sofa with a sigh. "Dear sister, I think that our very own mother will be the death of me. I had forgotten her tirades since I have been gone for so long. But by God, are they harsh." Catherine chuckled and removed her spectacles as she sat near her brother. And why should she not rail and rant? You have been gone for so long, too long in my opinion, when there were those who needed you here. Especially when father was ill. Elliot stood up, feeling like an absolute ass, and he said, "I am sorry, Catherine, but I could not bear being here anymore. I had to get away." "Away from father or away from Cassandra?" Elliot sighed. "Both, I suppose. Once I heard of her marriage, I gave up thinking about her and lived my life abroad without her." I see. Well, now you are back and can continue to do so. You do not need such a woman. You are an earl now. She can be forgotten, brother. Catherine's was kind and gentle as she spoke. He didn't know what he would do without her. She had always been able to pull him out of the mire of his thoughts. Elliot nodded, pulling one of the sofa pillows into his lap, spreading his hands over the soft fabric. I suppose. Lord knows I have tried. Either way, I wanted to ask you. First, you never told me of her husband's death. And secondly, did they ever have any children? Catherine paused and cleared her throat. Elliot got a sense of dread. She said in a soft voice, I found out about her husband's death as I was in the area at the time while Mother was in London. She hesitated a little before continuing. I did not tell you about the death because I no longer felt it relevant. It was important for you to know that she had been married. But I did not think you needed to know about the death. She was already lost to you. As for children, there had been one. At the beginning of the marriage. Had been? Yes. Catherine nodded. But it died as soon as it was born. There was never another after that. Elliot froze, wondering when exactly this baby had been born. Chapter 4. The next morning, Cassandra walked in the back door to the cottage, a fistful of blossoms in her hand. Annie, she called. Tell me where the vase is again. I can never remember. The young girl came rushing into the kitchen and took the blooms in hand. I will put these in water for you, madam. You do not need to worry. Thank you, Annie, Cassandra said with a smile, pulling an apron from the side hook. I will be in the garden if you need me. Yes, madam, Annie replied with a curtsy, looking at her mistress with that same bemused look she always used, whenever Cassandra had it in her mind to do something rather unusual for her position as a wealthy widow. Before Cassandra left, Annie said in a small voice, I hope you are feeling better this morning, madam. Cassandra smiled. I am, Annie. Thank you very much. It is only the heartlessness of men. Annie chuckled. Perhaps it is best to stay away. I heartily agree. Cassandra went out the back door again, pushing a lock of brown hair out of her eyes that had fallen low in her face. As she stepped back out into the open air, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She felt much better than yesterday. All thoughts of Elliot had been thrust from her mind, and she'd had a lovely evening of reading in solitude with no more dangerous thoughts of kissing or heartbreak. Finding the spade she'd used yesterday afternoon, still dug into the soft earth, she knelt down and continued to dig. She had plans to plant a few roses but wondered if it was yet a little too late for them to blossom in the aging spring. However, gardening had become a beloved pastime in recent years, since her marriage to Bill, and she was still learning. Happy to learn, for in the garden, all problems melted away, and she could focus on all the sensations of being in nature. The soft, soothing sounds, the feel of the breeze on her skin and in her hair, the soil on her fingertips, and the beautiful smells of green. Elliot Andrews would not be able to penetrate her serenity here. She worked for an hour or so, digging and planting, pushing her fingers into the soil as much as possible, loving the connection to the earth. But the day was growing hot, and she looked up at its bright orb, wiping a sleeve over her sweating forehead. Right, she said, standing up and wiping her dirtied hands on her apron. I do believe it is time for some refreshments. I could not agree more, a familiar voice said behind her, and she turned to see her old friend Sarah standing behind her with a wide grin on her face. Sarah, Cassandra breathed out in surprise. What are you doing here? What? I cannot be a visitor to my dearest friend in the world? Even if I am an unexpected guest? Sarah cocked her head playfully, her beautiful hat tilting to the side with her. Sarah de Vries was the widow of a rather wealthy merchant, and now she had the good fortune to doing as she pleased with her seemingly endless money. Cassandra embraced her friend warmly, but then pulled back with a frown. "Oh, forgive me, dear. I am a little bit weathered from the sun." "Yes, I see that," Sarah said with a chuckle. "But it is good to see you happy. Now, come, please let us have that refreshment you spoke of just a moment before." "Excellent. Annie." Cassandra called to the maid to bring them out something cool to drink, and they sat down at the wooden table in the garden. Sarah looked about her and sighed with delight. "You have got something right here, dear girl. What lovely scenery. Vastly different from the wan and puckered faces of the town in London." Cassandra burst out laughing, and Annie left the house holding a tray of lemonade with 2 glasses. "Thank you, Annie," Cassandra said, lifting the glass pitcher up and pouring it into the glasses. "Refresh yourself, Sarah. You will stay with me, I hope?" "Of course." "Then where are your things?" "With the coachman. He is waiting at the front. I thought first to check in the garden, though, for I thought that was where you would most likely be on such a lovely afternoon." "Quite right, Sarah," Cassandra said, taking a refreshing sip. "You know me so well." "That is true." Sarah leaned forward on the table and folded her hands. "And that is why, I believe the timing for my visit is most appropriate. For I see something new and strange in your eyes." "What has happened?" Cassandra watched Sarah's kind expression. They had known each other since they were children, been through everything together. Sarah even knew about Cassandra's situation with Elliot and its aftermath. There was no secret that she hid from her. "You know everything, Sarah, and I am very grateful for your arrival." Cassandra leaned across the table and placed a dirty hand on her friend's. Without question, Sarah gripped it in return. "Tell me then. What ails you?" "It is Elliot Andrews." "That cad. Again? What has he done now?" Cassandra chuckled. "Sarah, you act as though his last horrible act against me happened only yesterday." "It did in my mind. The man will forever remain a scoundrel. And I will not let you change my mind." "What occurred with Elliot Andrews?" "Well, you heard of his father's death, I am sure. He has come from abroad in order to take up his earldom, and we met in the graveyard yesterday. I was visiting Bill's grave." "Another scoundrel," Sarah grumbled, and Cassandra couldn't help but feel satisfaction at her friend's loyalty. "Go on then," Sarah added. "What has occurred?" Cassandra repeated the whole sordid tale, and Sarah leaned back in her chair as she listened. At the end, she shook her head. "My goodness, Cassandra. How could you have dealt with such a thing? How dare he come back from his rakish trip abroad in order to try and threaten you once again in such a way upon his return? Has he no remorse for the way he acted? And he claims that I never wrote to him. I wrote, and I wrote. You know this. I cannot, for the life of me, think where those letters might have gone." Cassandra sighed, feeling tears in her eyes. But she swallowed them back. She wanted to share her frustration, but she didn't want to relive the horror of the day before. She didn't want to spoil her good mood. "And he knows nothing about what happened? With Bill?" Cassandra paled and shook her head. "I suppose not, if he never received my letters. But he could be claiming ignorance for the sake of his own comfort. However, yesterday, he mentioned nothing about it. We only spoke of memories." Sarah nodded. "Well, I think that perhaps it was for the best. You have had your first encounter, and you reacted to it with the appropriate anger. You spoke your mind, and it is now over. You never need to engage with him alone again. I doubt he will stay in the area long anyway, traveling scoundrel that he is. The countryside can hardly keep him entertained for long. You are right, Sarah. Cassandra sighed with relief, albeit ignoring the little pang of longing that was mixed in with it. He will go away again, and I will only see him very occasionally and hopefully from afar. Quite right, Cassandra. Come, let us think no more of men, and enjoy the sunshine and our own pleasures. Thank you, Sarah. I was most in need of your company today. The next evening after dinner, Elliot sat alone in his study before the hearth, his hand holding a glass of whiskey. He swirled the brown liquid around in the glass, but he hadn't yet drank it. It had been minutes since he'd poured it without taking a sip. His mind was elsewhere. He'd had no time to think over dinner or earlier in the day, for his mother spoke endlessly of the very many balls and other occasions that he would need to attend in the nearby town as well as in London. He was commissioned to find himself a suitable bride, a woman worthy of the position of an earl's wife. And yet, he could only think about one woman. One woman who he had only thought of in that place, and one woman who had a secret she had not told him about. He could be entirely wrong, but after what Catherine told him that evening about the marriage and the dead child, Elliot couldn't help but wonder. Was the child his? Finally, he leaned back and drank the whole glass in one gulp. Did he have a child by Cassandra after their one occasion of love-making? Was that why she had hurriedly married after he'd left? But why would she not simply write to him and tell him of such an important event? He shook his head, trying to make sense of everything. She claimed that she did write to him, but he'd never received anything from her. Catherine had been commissioned to tell her of his address, and yesterday, his sister told him she had done her duty. Yet, no letter. Why would she wish to suffer the shame of such a thing on her own? He thought of the sweet and innocent Cassandra that he'd known his whole life. The one he'd gladly taken to his bed that fateful night. It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever experienced. He could see the love in her eyes then, but after that, when he'd tried to speak to his father about marriage, his father would not listen. You should be marrying a woman of your own title or even higher, if you can manage it. Why reduce yourself to marrying a country woman? Father, she is no country woman. Her father is a wealthy man. She will have a dowry, nearly as good as an earl's daughter. What do you disapprove of? Breeding is in the blood, my boy. And she does not have it. I have seen her. Young, innocent, and oblivious to decorum. No, you will find someone more suitable. And you will go to Cambridge to finish your studies. Learn how to be a proper earl. The memory of that painful conversation brought tears to his eyes. He had fought tooth and nail against his father, but his father would not budge. There was nothing for it. As soon as Elliot had been installed in Cambridge, he made his way back on his own secretly, in order to meet with Cassandra. But then, nothing. I came to wish you good night, brother. You seemed quiet at dinner. Catherine had entered the study quietly and moved to his side. Elliot lifted his hand up to hold hers. She smiled down at him. Yes, I have much on my mind. Mother's balls and instructions. You do not have to do any of that, you know. You are now the Earl and can live a life as a single man, if you so choose. Elliot smiled. That idea had merit, except that his heart would not let go of Cassandra. And how he had once thought of her as his future wife. You are right, Catherine. We will see what Mother will say to that. The two of them looked at each other before bursting into laughter. She will have much to say, I think, Elliot. Elliot smiled, and it faded a little. Catherine patted him on the shoulder. I think it best that you forget about Cassandra, brother. I do not wish to see you suffer so a second time. He patted her hand but said nothing, and Catherine left just as quietly as she'd entered. Elliot leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Too tired to go up to bed but eager for the peaceful oblivion of sleep. Chapter 5. Sarah was still asleep when Cassandra wandered down to her small, yet bright parlour where Annie had already left a tea tray. Knowing her mistress' habits, she preferred to pour her tea alone in the mornings and enjoy a bit of quiet before the sounds of the village that surrounded her stirred to life. Cassandra watched the rising sun out of one of the windows, and she felt that sense of peace she felt each day she realized that she was a free woman. She had no one to answer to, and it gave her endless joy. And yet, she couldn't ignore the longing in her heart for a true union with someone. What it would be like to share her life with someone for the rest of her days. Someone who she truly loved and who truly loved her, and would not drop her as soon as he'd gotten what he'd wanted. Neither she nor Sarah knew of that kind of partnership, and so they did not discuss it. But in the morning hours, when she was all alone, Cassandra sometimes let her heart free to dream of such things. She finished her tea in silence, and when the sun had risen high enough to stream through the windows, she turned her eyes to the small wooden desk at the far side of the room. There would be some correspondence to complete. She would write to her parents as she did every week as well as some of her old friends. When she sat at the desk, her hands moving through the various papers and letters, she saw a new letter that Annie must have laid there that morning or yesterday without her knowledge. Frowning, she looked at the return address and noticed that it was from the solicitor who had dealt with the will of her husband. Everything had been sorted, or so she'd thought. But she opened the letter, and what she read nearly stopped her heart, and she dropped it to the floor, feeling all the color drain from her face. If she had been standing, she would have fainted. And so she was glad that she had sat to do her correspondence. An hour later, Sarah entered the drawing room in her fine morning dress and saw that her friend was leaning over the desk, clutching her head in her hands. "Dear Cassandra, what ails you so?" Cassandra said nothing at first and only continued to sob. Sarah blinked in surprise and saw that there was a letter on the floor that Cassandra must have dropped in her distress. When she picked it up, she said, "By God." The letter read: "Dear Mrs. Benson, there is a matter regarding the will that was not yet complete. £100 has been sent and will continue to be sent to the Wilford Orphanage in Scotland in order to help supply the child's needs that your husband sent there 5 years ago. The child awaits adoption still. Forgive my neglect in mentioning this to you in the reading of the will. There was some confusion in the papers. Regards, Lewis Staring, Esquire." Sarah dropped the letter again and rushed to Cassandra's side, laying an arm on her shoulder. "My dearest friend. What can this mean?" Cassandra lifted her head for a moment, her cheeks and eyes red. All thoughts of peace lost. "Bill told me the child was stillborn. Could this be a coincidence? Could there have been some other child that he had found and sent to the orphanage?" Sarah bit her lip, and Cassandra knew that there could be no coincidence. "Come and sit, Cassandra. We will talk together for a while. You must rest a bit. I think you have exerted yourself." Cassandra allowed herself to be led to the couch. Once she was deposited there, Sarah rushed out to call for some more tea as well as a warm compress. "I cannot undo this sorrow, Sarah. I must feel it. Let me feel it." Sarah nodded, but took Cassandra and pulled her close. "Of course. You must grieve this betrayal. I am only here to provide some comfort to you." After a few moments of silence where Cassandra tried to stop the flow of her tears, Sarah asked, "Do you think it is possible that we can send for the child? Let me write. Let me say that it will be as a ward, and I will bring him to you to live here." Cassandra said, "I do not think that it will be so simple. There must be paperwork involved." Just then, Annie arrived with the tray, keeping her eyes downcast so as not to disgrace her mistress by finding her in such a state. "Excuse me, madam, but there is a guest at the door for you. I have told him to go, but he refuses." "Does he now?" Sarah asked, lifting a brow. "I shall deal with him, then. Let me. Do you mind, Cassandra?" Cassandra shook her head, dabbing her handkerchief to her nose. Thank you, Sarah. The two women left Cassandra alone and she placed the wet cloth on her head, hopeful for relief. Elliot was determined. He had been mulling over Catherine's information since he saw Cassandra again, and he realized that he needed to know about the child. Even though he'd resolved not to speak to her any longer, he could not do anything or focus on anything until this matter was right and sorted. And then, he could leave Cassandra and himself in peace and let the matter go. He awoke early, and as soon as he was dressed, he left for Cassandra's cottage, having been given the instruction by his footman as to its location. He took his horse by the long way, so that he could perform and practice the speech he wanted to say to her. This matter had to be handled delicately. It was very possible that Cassandra would have no interest in seeing him, and apart from knocking the door down, he had no solution but to be polite and kind. His heart thudded wildly in his chest as he slowed his horse in front of her quaint, yet comfortable-looking cottage. Tying the horse to an outside fence post, he went to the door, and after taking one breath, knocked on it. The maid had been curt and told him to leave promptly, but he was not having it. He had to see Mrs. Benson, for it was a matter of urgency. The maid left with a little scowl on her face, and when he heard footsteps coming down the passage, he thought he'd have a renewal of her refusal from Cassandra. But instead he saw a woman he had not seen for 5 years. "Lady Sarah," he said, opening his eyes wide in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "I am here to visit my friend," she said sternly. "And what, pray tell? What are you doing here? Have you not done enough damage already? What with the past as well as the display in the graveyard?" Elliot clenched his jaw. "Kind and polite. Kind and polite. Lady Sarah, I know that my past behavior does not speak well of me." Sarah nodded in agreement. He continued, "But there is a matter of urgency that I wish to speak to Cassandra about. I have heard it from my sister soon after I met with Cassandra by the church. I do not wish to make trouble for her any longer, but I do need to speak with her." "And what is this urgent matter?" Sarah began to tap her toe in irritation. Elliot gripped his beaver hat in his hand, spinning it around in his nervous agitation. He knew that Sarah and Cassandra were great friends. For as long as he and Cassandra had been friends, she would know about the past. He moved a little closer, and in a low voice said, "I know about the child." Sarah paled a little and straightened up stiffly. She watched him for another moment, and then said, "Fine, you may come in. But if you distress my dear friend, you will have to leave." "Thank you," he said, breathing a sigh of relief, and followed her inside the house to find Cassandra drinking tea, looking slightly strained. Cassandra looked between the two of them. "Sarah, what is Elliot doing here? I thought you intended to get rid of our guest." "So I did, Cassandra. But I had a feeling that you may wish to speak to him on this matter, and so that is why I let him in. I will leave the two of you to discuss your matter in private." Elliot nodded his head in gratitude to Sarah, who looked at him warily before leaving and shutting the door behind her. Cassandra looked up at him, and he could tell she'd been crying. The sight made him wince in physical pain, as if he had been the one to hurt her. Perhaps these tears were for him. He did not know. He cleared his throat. "Cassandra, may I sit?" Slowly, Cassandra nodded her head, and he sat at one of the chairs at the table facing where she sat on the sofa. "What is the matter, Elliot? I do not see the need for us to see each other again, when it is very clear we have nothing more to say to one another." "I think there is more," he said rapidly, and his mouth went dry, his nerves getting a hold of him. "I know that you had a child, Cassandra." Cassandra visibly stiffened, and she nodded again. "There was a child, but I was told he was stillborn." "He?" "Yes, it was a boy." "Why did you not tell me?" Cassandra frowned. Why should I tell you of this? It was a matter between my husband and me. Her old ire from their previous argument had returned. Elliot felt a queasy feeling right down to his toes. It was true. He was prying into matters that did not pertain to him. It could very well be this Mr. Benson's child, for they got married so soon after he and Cassandra had been together. He suddenly lost his courage in asking if the child was his. But he did want to know the details. You were told the child was stillborn? Has something changed? Cassandra faced him for a moment, but he could see her bottom lip quivering. And she burst into tears, leaving Elliot speechless. He moved to her side instinctively and laid a soft hand on the side of her forearm. She bristled a little under his touch, but she did not move away. When she calmed, she said, I was told that. Yes. But I just found out the news from my husband's solicitor that the child was given to an orphanage in Scotland. I never knew. Elliot pulled back in horror, and felt a flash of anger. For if the child was his, he would never forgive Benson for sending him away. That bastard. Who would give away their own child? To his surprise, Cassandra actually chuckled. Yes, he was that. She sighed, sniffing a little. And so now my son lives. And I do not know what I am to do next. He thought for a moment, and even though their past hung over them, he wanted to help. Clearing his throat, he said, There may be something I can do, Cassandra. Her watery eyes looked up at him, so hopeful and expectant. What could you do? She said, her voice barely above a whisper. I have a few connections, Cassandra. As an earl, there is much I could do that you may not be able to do. You will let me help you, will you not? He watched her closely. Perhaps this is one way the problems of the past can be resolved. Cassandra took a breath and looked away from him. In a moment, however, she nodded her head. Yes, Elliot. I will allow you to assist me. Elliot couldn't help the rush of hope and happiness that filled his heart. This was his chance to reconcile. He could get her to believe him that his father had attempted to send him away from her. Good. He said with a slight smile. We shall leave for Scotland as soon as possible. Chapter 6. Elliot left, having decided to leave the next day, with him making all of the arrangements. Cassandra was drying her tears, just as Sarah crept tentatively back into the room. She sat down, next to her, her hand laying lightly on her friend's shoulder. So? What happened? I could tell nothing from Elliot's expression, and I did not hear yelling or throwing things. So I assumed it went well. Cassandra nodded and tried to smile. Elliot said he would assist me in getting back the child. He has connections, and he told me he would help. Sarah nodded and took Cassandra's hands in her own. What generosity! Are you certain you wish to receive his assistance? Cassandra nodded. How else will I get my dear boy back, when there is this chance before me? I have felt something akin to hope that I have not felt in years. I need to do this, Sarah. I need to take this chance. Cassandra could feel her tears welling up, and Sarah shushed her calmly, pulling her into her arms. Of course, my friend. I understand you entirely. You will leave for Scotland then? Cassandra nodded against her friend's shoulder. Yes, tomorrow morning. So soon? Sarah said, surprised. Her wary look returned. Shall I come with you, dear? So that you are not left alone with Elliot. Cassandra thought that Sarah might offer, but she knew that it would be too much. She and Elliot needed to resolve the past. Perhaps in some small way, she wanted him to see the child. To know of him. No, Sarah. Thank you. You do not need to accompany me. It is something that I should handle. And with Elliot alone. Please protect your heart, Cassandra. I know the pain you experienced at the loss of him all those years ago. Please take care. Men have their ways about them. Thank you, Sarah. I will do just that. I do not think there is any chance of Elliot and I rekindling anything of what was in the past. I could not trust him again. That almost kiss in the graveyard was simply a horrible mistake. Sarah cleared her throat before asking, "You will not tell him of the child?" "No," Cassandra said hurriedly. "At least not yet. I feel in some selfish way that Elliot does not deserve to know, at least not yet. Why should he? I do not see what difference it makes to him." Sarah smiled. The old Cassandra full of fire has returned. I am glad for it. Now come, we shall entertain ourselves for a little while before I assist you with your packing. You are not angry that you have come to visit, and I must leave so soon after your arrival? Not at all, Cassandra. This is the chance you have been waiting for. A little bit of hope and an amazing, miraculous chance to see the child you thought was dead. Annie, she called, and the maid soon appeared in the doorway. Please bring us 2 glasses of sherry. Yes, madam. Annie bowed her head. Oh, and Annie, Cassandra added, I shall be gone for a little while. So you may complete your duties and then take a little time for yourself or to go visit your family. Annie smiled. Thank you, madam. How kind of you. Please tell me what I may do for you in preparation. Of course. We shall discuss that directly. Annie left the room and soon returned with the sherry. I cannot believe the truth is out now, in part, Sarah, Cassandra said. She shook her head. How could my parents have given me away to such a man? Sarah leaned back and was silent for a moment. You know they were attempting to do the best they could for you. Cassandra scoffed at the remark. They were only eager to hide their own disgrace at having found their daughter with child out of wedlock. They practically begged the old, sickly man to marry me. She felt the tears rising again. But I was told he would care for the child as his own. And now we find out what lengths he went to get rid of it. I wonder if my parents are even aware. Their letter of condolence to me was rather short and lacking in sincerity. Sarah shook her head. Surely not, Cassandra. If they planned to get rid of the child, they would not have gone to the trouble to get you married before you started to show. Cassandra finished her sherry. I suppose not, but I am still ashamed of them. And happy even that we have kept our distance in these past years. I do not think I have anything to say to them. Then let us not even think on them and think about your dear son and what he might be like now. Cassandra and Sarah enjoyed themselves for a few hours, and Cassandra could feel her old tension slowly melting away. As she sat in bed after she and Sarah had pulled out a few choice pieces for her trunk, she hugged her knees to her chest and looked into the darkness, watching the shadows of the candlelight on the wall. There was a new feeling budding inside of her. Well, it wasn't quite new, but it had been so long since she'd felt it, that she wasn't sure what to do with it. And that feeling after so many years could only be described as excitement. Well, Elliot, I was told by the butler that you are leaving us. Elliot turned from the newspaper he was reading at the breakfast table to see his mother approaching the table coldly before she sat down. Good morning, Mother. You are up rather early. Yes, I am. For I find I would like to know what my son is doing having his breakfast so early. She moved mechanically, buttering a piece of toast while the maid came and poured her a cup of tea. Elliot smiled. Certainly it was not too early for his mother to eat. Well, dear mother, I am off on a bit of a journey. What sort of journey? She asked, her mouth puckering with distaste. Elliot said, Mother, I did not know that the Earl of Ferguson needed to explain his every move to his mother. What will the ton think if they hear such news? He knew he was teasing her, but that was the only option for him. as it was better than yelling back at her. In addition, it both irritated her and entertained him. He took a sip from his tea and at her displeased face, he chuckled. "I shall tell you then. I am off to Scotland for a few weeks." "Scotland?" she said, aghast, nearly dropping her teacup, smashing it to smithereens. "Why go to such a dark and gloomy place? And so soon after your father's death? What will I say to everyone?" Elliot lifted his hands. "Who, mother?" "We are out at the country estate. There is no one to explain to. This is not the centre of London, you know." Her voice took on a dangerous calm. "Elliot, you know that there are many engagements we have accepted in the next few weeks. People who are coming up from London to the various country estates. I told you of them. You remember?" "Yes, mother," he said, lifting the watch from his waistcoat to glance down at the time. "But you will have to excuse me. Tell them I am away on business, which I will be. No one needs to know where or how long I will be gone. It is something normal, for an earl. Especially a newly appointed one to go on some business. I do have a few people I would like to meet with along the way, as well." His mother faced away from him, her jaw tightening. "Fine, then. I cannot stop you. But I am certain that there will be many young ladies who will be disappointed at your lack of attendance." He shook his head. "I think they will be better off without me. But you may tell them I will meet them another time. There will be plenty of other balls, and I will only be gone a few weeks, 3 at most." She nodded. "Then, we will postpone our own ball until after that time." "Fine. A good compromise. Do you not think, mother? Look how much time you have now to plan." She seemed to seethe under his taunting, and he decided to leave it. He put down his paper and stood, straightening his waistcoat. "Give my parting greetings to Catherine, mother. I will write from our various locations." "Ah?" she asked, lifting a brow in that same way she always did. "Yes. Our. The person I have business with." The footman opened the door to the breakfast room, and Elliot bowed his head. "Good day to you, mother. Keep yourself well until my return." "Goodbye, Elliot," she said, breathing out in order to keep herself calm. And he walked to the door, grabbing his coat, hat, and gloves from the footman at the door. "The carriage is prepared?" "Yes, my lord. All is ready." "Good," Elliot said, nodding. He paused. "All the letters I wrote last night have been dispatched?" "Yes, my lord. They were taken to the post earlier this morning." "Excellent. Thank you and good day to you, Barkins." "Good journey, my lord." Barkins handed him his walking stick just as he was about to walk out the door. Elliot felt a rush of excitement as he left the house and stepped through the open door of the dark carriage. He was about to go on a long journey with the only woman that not his sister, who he could stand more than a few hours. She might still be angry with him, but he found he preferred that. That was better than the rest of the simpering females he had met in his time. And yesterday, when he'd offered to help her, they hadn't argued about it. She'd agreed. And now he hoped that they might be able to regain the close friendship they had always enjoyed in their youth. That might help to soothe some of the pain of the past. In a short time, the driver slowed in front of Cassandra's cottage. And he felt his heart beating against his chest as the door opened. And he stepped down, straightening his coat as he walked up to Cassandra's door. The morning light was still in its infancy, but he took a breath of its freshness to strengthen him as he knocked. Cassandra appeared at the door, looking a little flustered, but also quite lovely. He took a step back in his surprise and took his hat off, his mouth slightly open. She had dressed like the wealthy woman she was. And it was blessedly different than the mourning garb she had worn the other day and different than the gardening gown she had worn when he'd found her in tears. "Lord Ferguson," she said with a curtsy. Mrs. Benson, he replied. She was wearing a dark-colored gown and matching spencer, a lovely flower-covered bonnet on her head. Her brown hair was curled underneath, and in the light of the morning, her hazel eyes almost looked ablaze with color. "Are you prepared?" he asked, offering his arm as she moved out of the doorway. "Yes." She nodded, and Elliot nodded to his 2 footmen to go into the house to collect her trunk. Sarah came out soon after along with the maid. "Lord Ferguson," she said, and Elliot was both surprised and relieved that the sharp edge that was in her voice yesterday had lessened. "Mrs. de Vries. A good morning to you." He bowed politely. The footman came out carrying her trunk, and as they tied it to the back, Sarah said, "I wish you both a pleasant journey. I hope you will write to me, Cassandra." "Of course. We shall alert you of everything. All developments." "You have brought the letter from the solicitor mentioning the child?" Elliot asked. "Yes." Cassandra nodded seriously, pressing her gloved hand to the bag hanging from her wrist. "It was the first thing on my mind to pack." "Excellent. Do not worry." He smiled at her. "Then we are prepared to leave. I have sent letters on ahead in order to arrange our places of stay as well as to alert the orphanage of our impending arrival." "Thank you, Elliot," Cassandra said automatically but blushed as one of the footmen passed nearby to her to open the carriage door. "Lord Ferguson, of course," she said stiffly, and Elliot dipped his head to hide his smile. He replaced his beaver fur hat and held out a hand to lift her into the carriage. Cassandra looked down at the gesture, but she did not pull away, and slowly ascended into the carriage's depths. He tapped his hat. "Good day to you, Mrs. de Vries." Sarah curtsied prettily. "Good day to you, Lord Ferguson. Pleasant journey." Elliot tried to keep the skip out of his step as he followed Cassandra into the carriage. Now that he was in her presence again, his excitement grew. The anger from the other day was slowly melting away, especially now that they had moved on to behaving somewhat civil to each other. Cassandra leaned out the window and waved goodbye to Annie and Sarah and then sat back in her seat, staring back at Elliot as the carriage rolled away. His eyes were on her, taking her all in. "Why are you smiling?" she suddenly asked, and Elliot was thus made aware of the stupidly happy expression on his face. I did not realize I was," he replied, replacing his smile with a hopefully more placid and serious expression. In reply, Cassandra turned away, and he thought he saw the shadow of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 7. "You cannot run as fast as me. You are a girl." Young Elliot's voice had been taunting as they both prepared to race from the far pine grove to the edge of the river. Cassandra gripped her skirts in both of her hands, and when he called out the number 3, she lifted them as high as possible, feeling as light as air as she nearly passed him. His little arms pumping, and his tiny bursts of breath coming out hard and fast. By then they were running so fast that they couldn't stop before they both tumbled into the shallow edge of the river. Eventually, the 2 of them came up, water dripping down from their hair and faces. And when they saw each other, they laughed until their bellies ached. She remembered his young face, so ruddy with health. His hair lightened by the summer sun, laughter in his deep blue eyes. His clothes were always so fine and fancy. But by the end of the day, they would end up riddled with rips and holes or covered in dirt. She might have known that she loved him then, at 8 years old. Laughing while the 2 of them were sopping wet. No thought to opinions of the ton or the way that the heart's feelings might tear them apart in the end. Cassandra chuckled at the memory of Elliot's boyish laugh, and how it had always made her laugh too. So full of pure joy it had been. "Now you must be the one to explain your mirth," she heard a deep voice say, and she started out of her childhood reverie, turning her eyes to the grown-up Elliot Ferguson, wondering at the drastic change in him. The smile that she was sure had been on her face was now replaced with one of wariness, and he lifted a brow in response. "It was nothing," she said, annoyed that this Elliot was now a full-grown man, one who made her heart flutter and her skin flush, and also one who had caused her so much pain. Where was the young, boyish Elliot, who had made her heart happy and her mouth always full of laughter? This Elliot was a stranger to her. She slid away from him just a little bit more. What to say to a man who had broken her heart? Finally, Elliot spoke. "I hope you do not mind the inns I have chosen. I do not know what your comfort level is with these kinds of things, but I have chosen the best that I knew of. I have come this way quite often because of business." Cassandra nodded. "Well, I have not traveled much beyond our little hamlet in London. So, I am certain whatever you have chosen will be adequate." She looked down at her hands in her lap, suddenly feeling like she wanted a bit of air, away from the carriage, away from the feel of his blue eyes on her. She had had no life since his departure. That much was evident, and she had just admitted it. She hated that those words were already out there, and she could not take them back. "Our first stop will come in an hour or so," he added, and Cassandra nodded. He leaned back with an almost undetectable sigh, and Cassandra said, "Thank you for your efforts," in a small voice. She knew that she should be grateful. After all that had happened between them, it was surprising that he had offered to help. Perhaps he feels guilty for what happened in the graveyard? Or perhaps for leaving me as he did, without word? She suddenly felt angry and hurt again, but she did not want to show him that side anymore, where her heart was revealed to him, open and vulnerable to fresh attack. "We are here, my lord," the footman said, and Elliot stepped out, reaching up for Cassandra's hand again to help her down. Cassandra lifted her eyes up to the pleasing facade of the inn in front of them as she descended. The light had faded, but it was not yet dark, and she was pleasantly surprised at the cozy look of the stone inn, smoke curling out of its chimney, and bright yellow light coming from the windows. The footmen were busy with the trunks, and Elliot offered her his arm again as they approached the door. "How lovely," she said with a smile. He cleared his throat as he opened the door for her. "I have booked 2 rooms, of course," he said, "in case you were concerned." Cassandra swallowed, annoyed at the image his words produced. But she shoved them aside, distracted by the calming, yet lively mood inside the inn. There were a few groups of people sitting at various wooden tables, smiling, laughing, and talking together over hot meals and drinks. They were from various levels of society, and so no one batted an eye at the entrance of a widow and a wealthy earl in their finery. "Thank you," she whispered from his side, and Elliot paused at an empty table, helping her to sit before he went to speak to the innkeeper. Cassandra could hear her heart beating in her ears as she removed her bonnet and put it upon the table. If someone had told her that she would be alone one evening, eating dinner with the man who had ruined her life, he would have thought them mad. "What am I doing?" she whispered to herself in ever-increasing breaths. And she tried to remind herself that she did all this in hopes of having her son by her side. She smiled, thinking what he must look like. He would be 5 now, and she imagined that he might look just like Elliot with that same boyish smile and laugh. And when Elliot came into her view again, sitting down across from her, she snapped back to attention. Elliot cleared his throat. "The meal will come soon. I hope you are comfortable enough?" His eyes moved about the room, but they eventually landed back on her. She wanted to scream because she hated just how handsome he had become. It was becoming more and more obvious, and now with his hat off and his cravat loosened, he became a little more rakish and enticing. "How is that fair?" "Yes, thank you," Cassandra said, just as a plate of food was brought to her as well as a cup of wine. She grasped it gratefully and took a sip, wishing suddenly for oblivion. For in oblivion, she could forget all about Elliot Andrews and all the things that came with loving him endlessly. His smile, his kindness, his intellect, his humor, his shoulders, everything. Instead, she was in the real present, and there was no barrier between them any longer. How would she survive the 5 days the journey would take? Elliot was happy. They were at least talking and not angry. Cassandra was even smiling a little, and they were talking about various topics that didn't hold any lingering feelings. He stared across at her for a moment, suddenly plunged back into the past. "Do you remember the races we used to have when we were children?" he asked her with a smile. And her lovely eyes snapped up to him as if she was angry. "Ah, yes, of course. But why do you ask me about that so suddenly?" He shrugged. "Just a question. Being in your presence made me think of it." Cassandra looked down at her plate of food. "Yes, of course I remember." When she looked up again, she was smiling a little. Elliot laughed. "I would always think that I would be faster, but most of the time, you were faster than me. Imagine if you did not have to wear the skirts to run. You could have trounced me even more thoroughly." "Yes, imagine," she said, leaning forward. "I think that would have given me great satisfaction." Elliot's heart leapt in his chest when he heard her chuckle. Elliot smiled widely. "Well, I miss those days. I do not think I remember the last time I had a race. Why, I think it would be very refreshing to have one." Cassandra rolled her eyes to his amusement, and she continued to eat slowly and demurely. "Surely, you have been running horse races in the many years since our parting?" Elliot shrugged. "Certainly, but not quite the same. At the end of a horse race, I do not find myself drenched in the banks of a rather chilly river." Chuckling, he said, "Ah, Cassandra. I wish you would not say it was so many years ago. Sometimes it feels like it was only yesterday." Cassandra sighed and looked up at him. "Why must we discuss this topic? Surely we can find things from this current time that we can talk about. Surely there are matters with the orphanage that we can discuss." Elliot took up his own cup of wine and drank a long gulp. "Of course, but I do not think there is much to discuss. We will explain the situation. Our position. We will show the paperwork. That is all." Cassandra dropped the fork she had in her hand. "Is that all you mean to do?" Elliot shrugged. "Yes, what else should I be doing? That will most certainly be enough. They will have no choice but to give us the child." He looked back at her angry eyes, wondering just what he had done to anger her. "Elliot, I want to be successful, of course. I agreed to come with you because I believe in your confidence. But instead, you seem to think that your position, intellect, and good looks will convince an orphanage to give you a child. Is that it?" Elliot watched her whole body stiffen. Both brows were lifted, and her lovely lips were pursed as she watched him with fiery indignation. Her question hanging in the air. He knew he would be successful getting the child. But she was refusing to believe him for reasons of her own. Instead, he chose to focus only on one part of her speech. "You think that I am good-looking, then?" Chapter 8. Cassandra sighed and stood up, holding her hand out. She wasn't completely angry, but she needed an excuse to get away. They were getting along too well. And the memories of the past made her forget some of her anger. But she needed to hold on to it. "You may give me my room key, sir. For it has been a long day, and I wish to conclude it as soon as possible. I shall bid you good night." "Of course," Elliot said, passing her the key he had received from the innkeeper into her hand. "It is room 4. "Thank you," Cassandra said, annoyed that she was acting just a little bit childishly. She would have to ignore her hunger. And she feared her stomach might eat itself. He had brushed aside her concerns about retrieving her beloved child. and focused only on the fact that she had accidentally slipped that he was good-looking. And she didn't like how his easy manner was making her think well of him again. She couldn't. By God, she was glad she had not said that he was so good-looking that it made her mouth dry and her mind fuzzy. "Enjoy your evening, Lord Ferguson," she said, walking to the stairwell. Yet, when she reached her own door, she realized that her eye had only punished her. She was certain that Elliot was downstairs enjoying himself thoroughly while she suffered from starvation upstairs. Once she was inside the room, she paced, throwing her hands into the air every so often. And she tossed her bonnet on the bed. "Cassandra Benson. What could you have been thinking? You will not be able to eat until morning." She stormed around her room until she settled, still dreaming of wine somehow magically appearing in front of her. And she undressed herself as best she could without Annie's help and slid into bed. At least she could close her eyes and pretend she was not here with him. The hours seemed to pass by until Cassandra was startled awake by the sound of a loud knocking on her door, along with a loud bellow of her name. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, staring at the doorway, where she heard her name yelled again. Sighing, she stood and put on her dressing gown. She threw open the door. "What is it?" she asked, and then pulled back at the sight of a stupidly grinning Elliot. There he was, looking more roguish than she had ever seen him. His brown hair tousled with one curl hanging down on his forehead and stubble coming out on his chin. His cravat was gone, and his top collar was unbuttoned. He was also not wearing his coat, but it hung over one arm a little haphazardly, since he didn't seem able to stand very well. "Mrs. Benson." "Cassandra," he began, but then burst into a new smile, finding everything entertaining. She could smell the whiskey on him, and even though she wanted to burn with rage, she could feel herself smiling back at such a scene. However, her voice remained firm. "Elliot Andrews, what in God's name do you think you are doing?" "Cassandra," he said, blinking his lovely blue eyes at her. "I did not know you could be so crass with your words." His words came quickly, but they were not always clear. The man was obviously drunk, and while she had seen it often in her husband, she had never seen Elliot so, and the spectacle was both infuriating and humorous. "I ask you again, Elliot. What are you doing here?" "This is my room." "You have your own surely." "You did assure me that, at least." He nodded and pointed at her, squinting one eye closed. "You are right, Cassandra. I did say that. And yet, for the life of me, I cannot seem to find my key." He began to pat all over his waistcoat, looking from left to right, and Cassandra rolled her eyes. She took his arm and pulled it toward her. She knew they were making a spectacle, even though they were upstairs. Someone was bound to walk by sooner or later, and she had the sudden thought that it would be better to get him out of sight than have someone find them speaking so openly in the middle of a hallway. Elliot stumbled inside and looked around. "Lovely establishment, is it not? Fine whiskey. I think I have chosen well." He stumbled a little as he put his coat on the back of the chair by the fire. "I shall stay here, Cassandra," he said matter-of-factly, and Cassandra's mouth dropped as he flopped down into the chair. "No, Elliot." She rushed to his side. "You cannot stay here. This is not your room. I will simply find your key and return with it." She turned to leave, and Elliot grabbed her by the arm. "No, no," he said, a smile on his lips. "It will turn up, I am sure. I do not think you should go downstairs. There are a lot of drinking men there at the moment who would find it very interesting to see you in your dressing gown searching about the room." His eyes roved up and down her body appreciatively, and even though she scoffed in disgust, she was inwardly warmed by his attention. The man is a rake. He cannot help doing such things. She put her hands on her hips. "You intended for this to happen, Did you not? He laughed, sinking back into the chair and closing his eyes. Did I intend to find myself undone by whiskey and unable to find my room? Not exactly. Cassandra had the childish desire to stamp her foot in irritation. What was she going to do with a man in her room? A man who had no concept of propriety and who appeared to be endlessly entertained by her discomfort? It was insufferable. Well, then what did you intend? Her mind was afire with all the potential consequences of someone finding out about their nighttime rendezvous. Well, Elliot began, his eyes still half closed, lifting his feet onto the ottoman before her hearth. After my dinner companion left me to my own devices, I thought I might take a few drinks of my own to enjoy the evening. The day was long and hard. And so has life been up to this point. I made friends with a few of the other gentlemen, and voila. You find me here suddenly affixed to your armchair. Cassandra exhaled loudly, exasperated. Elliot Andrews, do you care nothing for anyone but yourself? I left you at dinner because I did not wish to speak to you any longer. And I wanted to go to bed. And yet, here you are, coming to bother me again. Right when I was in the middle of a peaceful Elliot-less sleep. Cassandra took a breath, and in the space of time when she could not hear her own voice, she heard the sound of heavy breathing coming from the armchair. Amazed, she saw that Elliot had actually fallen asleep. Her mind still full of all the things she wished to say to the man. She stomped to bed and slipped underneath the bedclothes once again. His behavior was incredible. But there was nothing more she could do about it tonight. She wanted to go to sleep and forget it all. A few hours later, Elliot blinked himself awake, amazed that he had actually slept sitting up in a chair. He looked around the room, trying to remember where he was, and then felt like a sledgehammer had sliced through his brain. He groaned and leaned back in the chair, clamping a hand to his head. God Almighty, he said, praying that he would give anything if God would just take away the pain that he had so inflicted upon himself the previous evening. Even in the moment last night when he had been throwing back the whiskey, he knew he would feel it the next day. But he hadn't cared at the time. All he cared about was washing away the memories of Cassandra which were growing stronger by each second in her company. And he wanted to forget that she had walked away because of his stupid attempts at flirtation. When he could finally open his eyes again, he turned toward the bed, wondering why he hadn't slept in it, and then he sat up, suddenly and completely alert. Cassandra is in that bed. He was transfixed by the sight of it for a time, letting memories of her in a similar position slowly creep back into his mind. He sighed, for he knew he needed to leave. He did not doubt that Cassandra would wake up yelling if she found him sitting nearby staring at her while she slept. Slowly and carefully he stood up, walking toward the door, patting his crinkled waistcoat for his own room key, when his leg hit the edge of Cassandra's trunk, and he fell, cringing at the loud sound his body made against the wood floor. What? What is it? Cassandra sat up in bed, and Elliot groaned in pain as he sat up, looking at her pretty, disheveled form. When she saw him, her face went from scared to wary. It was one smooth motion. Her eyes were wide and lips parted, and then her eyes narrowed, and her lips turned into a tight line. Ah, yes. The night intruder. Elliot. Cassandra? A good morning to you. He stood up with a little effort, brushing off his pants, wanting to hide the fact that his knee felt like it had been crushed into 1,000 pieces. Cassandra lifted the blanket to her chest. Good morning, she said in a stiff voice. I thought you might have tried to leave quietly as a gentleman, but that appears to not have been the case. Elliot smirked, trying his best to ignore the fact that her long brown hair had been left loose, tumbling around her shoulders, its flecks of gold shining in the morning sunlight. I did make the attempt, but as you can see and hear, it was only an attempt. A poor one at that. I did not expect your trunk to have been so out and close to the doorway. Forgive me." He could hear the sarcasm in his voice. But he didn't care. He was tired and annoyed that he apparently had done something so foolish as to come and stay in Cassandra's room when he had been too drunk to even see straight. What must she think of him? Damn that. Why should that matter in the slightest? Cassandra seemed to stiffen even more, if that was possible, and threw back. "You should not have to expect anything or be surprised by anything. Or even be able to make any comments about anything because this is my room, Lord Ferguson." She took a breath and began again, Elliot wincing as she spoke. "You told me that you had booked 2 rooms. And I was very grateful for the thoughtfulness. But now you have taken my privacy from me, something that I greatly cherish. Especially when I am on a very lengthy journey with the last man on the earth I would wish to be with." She was silent after that, and the only sound in the room was her heavy breathing as she tried to recover from her angry tirade. Elliot cleared his throat, trying not to be mesmerized by the sight of her rumpled and angry in bed, and said, "Forgive me. It was foolish of me, I know. I shall leave you to your peace." Before he left the room and shut the door perhaps a little bit too harshly. Outside, he closed his eyes and leaned against the door, trying to think of the last time he'd ever felt so ridiculous. Once he returned to the main area of the inn, his whole body ached. And his head would have preferred to be severed from his body. It was giving him so much pain. "Ah, Lord Ferguson," the elderly innkeeper said once he saw Elliot approach. He had been wiping down one of the tables. But once he saw Elliot, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a key. "I found this on the floor early this morning. I am sorry for your trouble." The innkeeper's smile gave way to a worried frown. "I wish you would have mentioned that you had lost it, my lord. I would have helped you to find it last evening." Elliot took the key in hand and tried not to realize that the embarrassment kept getting worse and worse. "It is no trouble, my good man. I was able to find a friend last evening to stay with." "Ah, I see," the innkeeper said with hesitation. And Elliot dreamed for a moment that the floor might actually yawn open and swallow him up. He would have accepted that fate gratefully. He sat down at one of the tables and said, "A breakfast, if it is possible at this hour." "Of course," the man said brightly, leaving his post to wander out to the back. He stopped and turned around. "Ah, Lord Ferguson. I thought you might like to know that a man was here last evening, asking about you." "Asking about me?" he said, the pounding in his head growing worse. "Yes." Quite insistent he was too. "He apparently did not know what you looked like. And so was asking if I might point you out to him. I told him that I was not in the habit of revealing my customers to others. But that I would deliver the message that he had come in search for you." Elliot nodded, but he was still confused. Damn the whiskey for making it nearly impossible to focus. Did he not stay the whole evening, then? He stayed for most of it, but he did not book a room at the inn. However, it is possible he simply stayed up until dawn out by the horses. For he left out the door very late last evening. "Thank you," Elliot said, hoping the conversation would soon end, so that he could focus on the pounding behind his eyes. "Of course, my lord. And there is one other thing. This mystery man also asked about the lady by name and wondered if I had heard where the 2 of you might be going." Chapter 9. It was early, but Cassandra could not sleep any longer after Elliot had woke her so rudely with such a loud crashing fall. She was also eternally grateful that he'd left, so she could now swing her legs out of bed and dress and relieve herself. Unfortunately, she had trouble trying to stop thinking about the way Elliot Andrews had spent a whole night in her room. When she stood in front of the looking-glass, pulling the dressing gown from her shoulders, she remembered how she woke a few times in the night and heard his steady breathing. Her eyes turned toward him in the dim light, and his face was lit up by the glowing embers from the fire. She watched him calmly for a few minutes, liking the chance to simply watch him without having to speak to him. Here she could envision that this Elliot was just the same as always and that he hadn't hurt her so terribly. She could imagine that perfect mouth of his turned up in one of his boyish, yet roguish grins. And she could imagine that the past had not happened. She had even briefly imagined the scene as if he was her husband, but then shook her head. She braided her hair and twisted it up into a bun at the base of her neck. "The man is simply not fit for marriage," she said to her reflection. "No wonder he has not yet found a wife. He enjoys playing with women much more, I gather." His flirtations were expert and did their job credibly, causing unfortunate tingling sensations in her belly every time he smiled, made a teasing joke, or looked at her in a certain way, his blue eyes laughing. She dressed as best she could, glad she had kept her stays on through the evening, so that she could dress alone, but at the next inn she would need to request a maid's help, for she was in desperate need of a bath. She left the room after having packed up her things into the trunk, and with hesitation walked down to breakfast. The lower floor was filled with the lovely scent of fresh bread, and her stomach grumbled at the prospect of a full meal. "I shall not be so impetuous this time and leave before I have eaten my fill." She found Elliot sitting alone at a corner table, his head in his hands. She hoped the whiskey was doing its evil work, giving him as much pain as possible. He deserved it. He deserved a lot of things. Sitting down across from him, she said, "Elliot, a proper good morning to you, then." She leaned over the table slightly. "How is your head this morning?" He winced as she asked. Elliot looked up, and she was frustrated that her heart clenched a little at the sight of him appearing positively ill, but he managed to somehow smile anyway. "My head is punishing me greatly, Mrs. Benson. I thank you for your concern." Cassandra smiled, crossing her arms over her chest. Elliot's eyes took her in again from top to bottom. "You are looking quite fetching this morning, my old friend." Cassandra flushed pink instantly, and she looked down at her outfit. It was a green striped dress with a light green spencer. That had been the one advantage of becoming a married woman. She could wear a multitude more colors than as a young, blushing maiden. She swallowed, lifting one brow in his direction, surprised to receive a compliment when the man was looking so green. "Thank you, Elliot. How kind and attentive you are." Elliot shrugged. "It is in my nature, I suppose, to be so attentive." Cassandra shivered at the way he emphasized the word and the look in his eyes as he said it. She turned to the side, eager to get off this topic. "Is there breakfast?" she asked in a bored tone. "Of course," he said. "I am certain you must be famished, Cassandra, since you left last evening after barely touching a bit of the food on your plate." There was no time for Cassandra to reply, for the innkeeper returned with 2 plates full of food and 2 cups of tea and a cup of ale for Elliot. Cassandra eyed it suspiciously, and Elliot said merely, "For my constitution. You would not wish to ride with me in a carriage while my head feels like it has been clobbered on the cobblestones, would you?" She ignored him and, trying to maintain a ladylike air despite the state of her stomach, she tucked into her meal, barely sparing Elliot another glance. After a few moments, he asked, "Cassandra, is there anyone else you told about our venture to Scotland? That you would be riding with me?" Cassandra looked up. "Sarah is the only one who knows. I did not write to anyone else about it or mention that my former husband had given the child away." "Why do you ask?" Her eyes narrowed. Elliot shrugged, twisting the cup of ale in his hands as he thought. "I did not think so. But the innkeeper came to tell me that a man was asking about both you and me last evening. Apparently he does not know what we look like, so I can rule out any sort of business associate. And it was also strange that he asked about you and where the 2 of us might be going together." Cassandra picked up the teacup and enjoyed the feel of its warmth against her palm. "How strange. No, I cannot think of why anyone would care what we should do or where we go." At least no one would care what I do," she affirmed. "I have kept myself to myself for the most part in these last years. But is there someone who might be interested in your doings?" Elliot smirked. "The only person I could think that would want to keep an eye on me would be my mother." He chuckled, and Cassandra did the same. She had not spoken to the Dowager in a long time. But she would not put something like this past her. "I could see that happening." "But why? You are the Earl now." He sighed. "Which I constantly seem to have to keep telling her. I told no one else about our venture. My mother knows where I am going but not who I am with." "Your sister, perhaps?" Elliot nodded. "Yes, I think I might have told her, again with limited details. But she is not someone who would send someone out to follow us simply for the fun of it. Why should she care?" "Exactly. What would anyone care what she was doing about her child?" Cassandra sat back in her chair, quiet and thoughtful. Unless there was some strange reason the boy was not to be found. As they set off for their next destination, Elliot was feeling much better, not so much on the brink of death as he had felt. Well enough to open the book he had brought with him. And so the first few hours of the journey were spent in companionable silence, as Cassandra held a book on her lap but instead spent the time staring out at the passing countryside, and Elliot read. Every so often, his eyes, of their own accord, would travel up the page to land on Cassandra. Her gloved hand was on her chin and her elbow resting on the side of the window. She seemed completely lost in her own world. And so he felt he could take a few moments to admire the lovely woman she had become. He had known ever since he was pushed away from her. But he loved Cassandra just the same as he always had. He remembered the day they were climbing a tree together, and Cassandra pointed out a bird's nest they'd found in a crook of the tree. She had lifted a finger to her lips and smiled. The eggs were tiny and blue, and when they descended the tree, Cassandra looked a little sad. "I hope we have not put our scent there in the tree too much, for then the mother bird will never come back." They were 13 years old, and at that moment when she told him her concerns about the birds, he knew. It had hit him in the chest, but he watched Cassandra look up with worry at the tree. And he realized that he was in love with her. "I will marry her one day," he had thought to himself in his young brain. Elliot's book was soon forgotten as he let himself get lost in the memories. "I have loved her ever since, even though I hate her for what she did. How could she not wait for me to return, to sort things out with my father?" He found it annoying that he had lost his heart so irrevocably to this woman when there was nothing they could do about it now. "Elliot," Cassandra said suddenly, and Elliot snapped his book shut, glad she hadn't yet turned her eyes to him. "Yes, Cassandra?" He tried to say in an unaffected tone. Even though he was nearly trembling, the old feelings resurfacing with a vengeance. "I wonder if you will stay often at the country estate now that you are in the position of Earl, or will you travel abroad as often as you have done?" She looked at him, seemingly genuinely interested, but he couldn't resist the tease. "Are you asking because you are interested? Or are you simply wondering how much you will have to see me after our little adventure together?" He grinned and crossed his arms, interested to hear what witty thing Cassandra Benson would say next. She settled back, slightly irritated at his response. Which was exactly his intention. He loved the way her hazel eyes would snap and sparkle whenever she felt any sort of strong emotion, no matter what it was. And since he could only seem to inspire anger in her of late, then that is what he would use in order to bring about the desired effect. "I ask simply to maintain polite and pleasant conversation. We are travel partners after all." "Ah, I see," Elliot said with a slight smile. "Well, if my mother had her way, then I would stay at the estate but hurry to London for the dreaded season in order to find a suitable bride." He watched Cassandra's face as he said the words, and he wondered at the slight tension he saw in her jaw. Nothing else showed on her face. "But," he continued, I think that I will travel abroad when I find that all matters of the estate are settled for a time. My father's illness was a little bit lengthy, and so he seemed to have left many matters unsettled. He also handled things in a different way than I would, using a strict hand when he should have learned to relax it a little. So I will make these changes before I consider traveling. And the season? She asked in a slightly different voice. I suppose I will have to make an appearance at a few different occasions. But not for the purpose my mother so desires. London is so diverting, I think I will go for a bit of entertainment. The season is coming very soon, yet I have no intention of finding a bride. Cassandra's eyes, which had been turned away during this part of his speech, snapped back to him. Oh? Why is that? She colored a little, and then changed her words. I mean, I am simply curious. An earl with such an estate would surely wish to have a wife, and carry on the family name. Well, there are distant cousins who can take it over upon my death. If it comes to that. But at this stage, I have no interest in such a life. I prefer my own way. You certainly do, Lord Ferguson. And perhaps you could not think of attaching yourself solely to one woman and would rather enjoy a horde of females? Elliot chuckled. Your barbs are getting worse and worse, Cassandra. I think your intention is to irritate, but the result is entertainment. Cassandra huffed. What if a woman would want to do such things? They would be laughed out of polite society. He leaned forward with interest. What? Enjoy a horde of males, you mean? Cassandra turned a bright red, and just as Elliot was about to land another witty remark, the two of them heard a crashing sound and felt the carriage tilt dangerously to the side, throwing Cassandra into Elliot's arms.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 10. The carriage stopped, and Cassandra could hear the worried neighs of the horses. Her eyes were closed tightly. In that first moment when she was thrown through the air, her mind flashed to thoughts of her son. She couldn't leave him, not yet, not before he had known that she wanted him. But her fear passed as soon as she realized that she had landed softly and safely. Cassandra sat up, pushing her bonnet back because it had fallen over her face as she tumbled across the carriage and unfortunately into Elliot's arms. She could feel the heat and the weight of them around her back, and she groaned inwardly at how fate had landed her in such a state. It was bad enough to have to look at the man and not think about him in ways that all related to matters of the bedroom. But now she wasn't sure how she would fare since he was touching her. What was that? She asked stupidly and looked up into Elliot's smiling face. We have appeared to have lost a wheel, my dear. But I cannot say that I do not enjoy the rather improved state of affairs. Cassandra's eyes opened wide and she pushed against Elliot's hard chest, hoping to stand up and away from him. He continued to laugh, and since she pulled back so roughly, she nearly fell over again, and he grabbed her arm. Be careful, now. We will have to climb out of the door. Cassandra pulled out of his grasp, unable to quell the growing heat she felt at his touch. He said nothing, but the shadow of a smile played on his lips, and Cassandra felt herself both irritated and embarrassed. Lord Ferguson? A muffled voice called and a hand began to pull at the door. Yes, we are well inside here. Good. I am attempting to pull open the door, but it is stuck, the driver said. I shall push from the other side, my good man. Elliot called, and Cassandra watched as he knelt down a little and used his shoulder to push up on the door. It opened without much further effort, and Cassandra could see the face of the nervous driver appearing from the other side. Do forgive me, my lord, madam. There was a large and rather concealed ditch along the road and we have lost a wheel as well as broken another one. Pay no heed to it, Elliot said, looking far too cheery for the victim of a carriage accident. He heaved himself up out of the carriage which was continuing to lean even further to its side. and Cassandra saw his hand appear at the entrance to lift her up and out of it. Elliot's strength was surprising as he lifted her out as easily as if she was a mere pile of cloth. He held her hand and put one arm around her waist to assist her to the ground. "Thank you," she said as she straightened her jacket and dress, placing her bonnet more firmly upon her head and retying the ribbon underneath her chin. "You are all right, then? Not hurt?" Cassandra looked up into Elliot's waiting eyes. And for the first time since their conversation about the child, he wasn't joking. He looked genuinely concerned. She smiled genuinely, fascinated by the kind look in his eye. "Yes, thank you. I am well, despite my dignity being ever so slightly damaged at being thrust into the arms of my carriage partner." He laughed. "I hardly think that warrants a loss of dignity." He leaned down to whisper in her ear. "But surely that is what you were talking about? Women should feel free to do as they please with any men they wish?" Cassandra wanted to scream as Elliot pulled away, smug satisfaction on his face. And she would have tried her best to say something. But he turned to the driver. "How long do you think it should take to fix the wheels?" "Well, my lord, we will have to go to the closest village to pick up the new materials. I will send the footman and wait here to make sure that nothing is taken." "Excellent," Elliot said, offering Cassandra his arm. "Come, Mrs. Benson, we shall take ourselves to the village as well. It is not too far, and there is still enough light to make it there. My good man, I hope you do have a weapon in order to keep yourself out of harm's way." The driver grinned, seemingly amazed that an earl would be so happy about the turn of events and change in his schedule. The man patted his coat pocket. "Yes, my lord. I always travel well protected." "Perfect. Mrs. Benson? Shall we?" He looked down to see Cassandra's still open face of surprise looking back at him. "Or would you prefer to wait here with Gibbs?" Cassandra sighed, again victim to the flailing arms of fate, and so she said, "No, of course not." She slid her arm into his, allowing him to lead her down the dirt road toward the village. "You seem to be enjoying this, Elliot. Far more than anyone has done so before." Gibbs there looked both surprised and pleased at your response. Elliot leaned a little closer to her as they walked. "You see, Cassandra, I am not so heartless and terrible as you have imagined. I told you that I am different than my father in the way he treated his workers and ran his estate. In this case, neither of us are injured. We are close to the inn in which we wanted to stay. And it is a beautiful day for us to stretch our legs a bit. I think it is almost as if fate had smiled upon us." Elliot was right. It was a lovely day, and she had been feeling just a little bit cramped and desperate to have a long walk. "And yet fate seems to have forgotten that I do not care for your company." Elliot laughed and pulled her a little tighter. "True, but despite your feelings, I enjoy your company. And I think you enjoy mine too." Cassandra gasped, and she pulled herself free from his grasp and began to walk forward and away. He could read her like a book. "Elliot Andrews, you are both entirely presumptuous and insufferable. It is a wonder that I am in love with you." She started walking quickly, wanting to be as far away from Elliot as possible because of her growing embarrassment. But then she slowed when the memory of her words came back to her mind. Elliot froze for a second after Cassandra had spewed out her last words and walked away. She was in love with him? Still in love with him after all that had happened? He blinked in surprise. But he didn't want to show his shock to her once he saw her back stiffen as she slowly turned around. He knew what she was about to say, but he didn't want her to take it back. He wanted to say it as well. That he'd always loved her, never forgotten her. And to hear her say it back to him would be the sweetest sound in the world. "I was in love with you, of course," Cassandra said, blushing deeply. "It was a mere slip of the tongue." "Yes. Elliot said, wincing a little at her harsh tone and moving back into step with her. Of course. He grinned, unable to think of what else to do, now that she'd attempted to take back what she'd said. Cassandra turned away, and Elliot felt guilty. He shouldn't tease her when her words echoed the truth that beat in his own heart. But he didn't know what to do. He didn't want to break this delicate moment with his clumsy admission of love when she clearly didn't want to discuss it further. He also couldn't ruin any further chance of Cassandra feeling comfortable enough with him to share her feelings about the child. The more he thought about it, the more he had a feeling the child was his. And that was why she'd agreed for him to come along with her on this journey. In order to restore the harmony between them, Elliot reached down and placed Cassandra's hand through his arm again. She watched his movements carefully, but she didn't pull away. He lowered his voice. "Forgive my presumption and my sarcasm, Cassandra. In these past few years, I have gotten so used to doing as I please and not thinking of others. I have lost my former gentleness." Cassandra's lips parted as if she was about to retort. But she said nothing. Her anger and embarrassment had left her face, and instead it looked as if she was merely in shock. After a few silent moments, with only the sounds of their footsteps along the dirt road, the buildings of the village rising in the distance, Cassandra said, "Thank you." Elliot nodded, his heart racing. Was now the time to say that he loved her back? That he wanted no one but her for the rest of his days? However, he was still afraid of how she might respond. That it might destroy the momentary peace they had found together. Now it just hung between them heavily, just out of reach. The sounds of the bustling village soon took over their thoughts, and he was relieved that the silence between them was now filled. "Here we are," he said as cheerfully as he could muster. "Was it not a lovely day for a walk, Cassandra?" "Yes, Elliot," she said, a slight smile on her face. She looked around from side to side, taking in the busy streets and the faces of all the various shops dotted around. "It is so refreshing to see a new place. While I love my little hamlet, and I would not wish to trade my garden for anything else, it is fascinating to see a fresh place." "In which direction is the inn?" Dumbfounded, Elliot pointed ahead, and they made their way toward it. He was caught now. Had she also just said she wouldn't trade her garden for any other space? What if he wanted to bring her home? To his home, to be his wife? Would she refuse him simply because of that? "Do you enjoy gardening?" he asked. "Yes, very much." She sighed with delight. "There is something special about digging one's hands in the dirt under the warm sun. I have made a daily habit of it. I hope that my son will enjoy joining me in the garden when he has returned to me." Cassandra got a far-off look in her eyes as she smiled at the thought. Elliot said nothing else, wishing that he too could join in that image, until they stood before the wooden facade of the inn, a swinging sign above them moving merrily in the light breeze. "Come. I could use a good meal." "Me as well," Cassandra said with a nod, and he held open the door for her so that she could pass inside. As soon as Elliot made his way indoors and removed his hat, a worried innkeeper rushed up to him. "My lord. You are Lord Ferguson, who had ridden ahead in order to reserve 2 rooms." "Yes," Elliot said warily, glancing at Cassandra for a moment. "Is there some trouble?" "I am afraid so. One of the rooms we had reserved for you had a small fire in it last evening. No one was hurt, for it had been vacant. But the maid had left a few sparks on the floor after cleaning the hearth, and the boards were set ablaze. There is a charred hole in the floor, and so we could not possibly have you stay there." The man was wringing his hands, and Elliot was nervous about the man's next words. "However, the other room that we set aside for you is still vacant and ready for your use. The rest of the rooms in the inn are full this evening, I am afraid." Elliot opened his mouth, ready to ask about any other inns in the area when the innkeeper said, I hope that will be suitable for you and Lady Ferguson." Elliot lifted his brows, and he glanced at Cassandra, who paled ever so slightly. Before she could say anything, he replied hastily, "Yes. That would be very suitable. No worries about the extra room. The other person who was meant to accompany us on our journey could not come after all. And so there is no need." He tightened his hold on Cassandra's arm, and he could see her stiffen beside him. But she said nothing. And for that, he was grateful. The innkeeper sighed loudly with relief. "Oh, thank goodness, my lord. I am so glad that it does not affect your plans. Come," he said, pointing to an empty table in the center of the room. "I shall prepare a meal for the both of you." "On the house?" Elliot nodded, and he helped Cassandra into her chair before he sat down across from her. Once the innkeeper walked away to the kitchens, Elliot braced himself for Cassandra's angry question. But instead, her voice was soft as she asked, "Why did you tell him that we were married? How can we spend another night in the room together, Elliot? You know very well that it would not be seemly." She shifted in her chair uncomfortably. "I will sleep on the chair again, Cassandra. Just as I did last night. Nothing to worry about. I am sorry that I had to presume again. But I feared that it would not look right if it was found out that we were not married upon arrival. And we were forced to stay in the same room anyway with everyone's eyes on us. I promise that I was thinking of you, Cassandra," he added, staring into her eyes, hoping that she could feel the affection and care he had for her in just a simple gaze. She nodded. "I understand," she said. "We will figure something out." Elliot lifted a brow for a moment but decided not to ruin the moment they shared. Where was the Cassandra that would have torn his head off at the presumption he'd made? The meal was soon served, and they were both distracted as they ate in companionable silence. Elliot's eyes moved around the room as he brought his wine to his lips. He noticed someone who sat in the corner, watching him intensely. Elliot looked away, and then tested the man by looking at him again. The man was still watching him. He was young, and he leaned back in his chair, holding tightly to his pipe. It was true that some people were simply unaware of social etiquette, and how it was not polite to stare. And yet, this seemed purposeful somehow. He didn't recognize the man, and so he turned to Cassandra. "Do not rush to look, Cassandra. But I am wondering if you recognize the man in the corner there, smoking a pipe. He has been staring at us throughout most of the meal." "Oh?" Cassandra asked, lifting her head and slowly turning around while Elliot looked elsewhere, so as not to seem too suspicious. When his eyes moved back to her, he saw the look of recognition on Cassandra's face. "Do you recognize him?" he asked, incredulous. "I think that I do," she said calmly. "I cannot be quite sure, but I think he was acquainted with my late husband." Chapter 11. Cassandra frowned when she spotted the dark-haired man staring at them. But she wasn't really sure why. What should it matter that she knew the man who was staring at her and Elliot very intensely? But when she'd turned around, he looked away. After a few moments, Elliot said, "He is gone now. He must have recognized you too." He shrugged. "It is not entirely strange that you should know a man that we are meeting upon our travels. But it is strange that he should stare at us so. What are we doing that is so fascinating?" "Well, first of all, he knows that we are not married. Since he knows me," Cassandra said sullenly. "Not that I have much to care for in terms of my reputation. But do you think that he will go and spread the information to others?" Elliot frowned, lifting his fork and knife again to cut into his slice of pork. "I do not think so. Since he has left, he seems to want to be circumspect. Besides, why should that be such fascinating information? I think it must be the same man who asked about us at the last inn." If he wanted to be so bold, why not just come up and ask us about our travels or whatever it is he wishes to know? I suppose, Cassandra said doubtfully. But you are not concerned for your own reputation? Elliot watched Cassandra in surprise for a moment before he laughed and said, I think my reputation is completely in tatters anyway, Cassandra. Despite my mother's hopes. It has been ever since. He didn't finish his sentence, and Cassandra felt a little twinge of pain in her heart. I understand, she said, her voice growing serious. But I am sure it is not as damaged as a woman's would be. It is hard for a man to understand, I am sure. But there is still a future, still hope. Now that my son has been found. Surprisingly, Elliot nodded with understanding. You are right, Cassandra. It is not a fair world in regard to men and women. I have done things for which women would be cast out of polite society. They would be ostracized if even a hint of it became known in relation to their name. Even if it was not true. Cassandra's mouth fell open. She was so surprised at Elliot's reaction to her that she did not know what to say at first. In his blue eyes, she saw the kindness there that she remembered as a young woman. It sent waves of old affection through her. And she looked away, putting her utensils down. Elliot cleared his throat and said, Are you finished eating, Cassandra? Perhaps, you would like to go to the room? She was so grateful that he hadn't said our room. Or else she would have considered running to the hills for fear of what it all meant. Yes, I think so. Here is the key the innkeeper gave me. I wish to speak to him for a moment. And then I will also come upstairs and join you. Cassandra smiled. Thank you, Elliot, she said, and when she stood, Elliot stood as well until she disappeared up the steps. Her heart was fluttering wildly. It seemed it had not stopped since she had finally seen Elliot again a few days ago. And her heart was remembering its old feelings. When she arrived in the room, she removed her jacket and sat by the hearth, looking about the room, wondering if Elliot would be comfortable in the chair as he said he would be. She felt sorry for him. But inwardly she was pleased that he would be near her again. It was a chance for her to imagine them as they could have been before everything bad happened. A light knock sounded at the door. And Elliot entered tentatively, a bottle of wine in his hands. I asked the innkeeper to provide this for us. Another compensation for our inconvenience. He winked. Would you like some? Smiling, her heart let itself give into the moment and she said, Yes. That would be lovely. Elliot poured wine into a glass and handed it to Cassandra before sitting down with his own. Their eyes were on the hearth for a moment. But just as she was taking a sip, Elliot turned to her. He said with sincerity, I never stopped missing you, you know, Cassandra. I have thought of you each day for the past 5 years. I thought about what you were doing, what you might be thinking, who you might be with. He trailed off at his last words, watching her for a reaction. Cassandra's breath stopped, and the wine in her mouth refused to go down for a few seconds. She was able to finally command her body to swallow, after a few more seconds. Oh, she said, trying to ignore the singing of joy in her heart at Elliot's revelation. She looked down to avoid his gaze. It was hard to forget you as well, Elliot. Very hard. Were you successful? He asked, and this time it was without malice or sarcasm. To her own surprise, she actually chuckled. My anger at seeing you again in the graveyard would prove that I was not. She took another sip of wine, enjoying the boldness it gave her and needing it to give her comfort when her nerves threatened to break. I have thought of you as well, wondering what had happened to you, where you had gone. In a flash, Elliot was at her side, reaching a hand down to lift her to her feet. She was transfixed by the new look in his eyes, and slowly, she slid her hand into his, her chest nearly colliding with his as it seemed to take an age for her to get to her feet. Certainly it was the wine that was making him bold. But it was also Cassandra's admission on their walk that she still loved him. If there was even a slight hope that that was true, then he needed to act on it. She kept her eyes on his, making him feel just as sweaty and nervous as he had been when they were younger, on the cusp of making love. He didn't let go of her hand, and with her face inches from his fingers interlocked with hers. "I have always wanted you, Cassandra. Only you," he said in a whisper. And then he lowered his lips to hers, wondering if she would yell and pull away, never to forgive him. But what had he to lose? She already had hated him for so long and held a grudge against him. He had to take this chance, for another might never come his way. He practically sighed aloud with delight when their lips met, and she did not scream or push against his chest. Slowly and timidly, he moved his hands around her waist, drawing her closer to him. And Cassandra made a soft sound of contentment into his mouth at the sensation. He moved slowly, ever so slowly, wanting to be as gentle as possible. After Elliot had pulled their bodies together so that he could feel her hips against his, Cassandra's arms slid around him, and her fingertips moved through the hair at the base of his neck. He took this as a sign that she was accepting his embrace, and slowly, he opened his mouth to hers, hoping she would do the same. Cassandra followed suit, her mouth matching his movements slowly until she finally sank into his kiss completely. He moaned a little as he savored and tasted her, his lips enjoying what for so long they had missed. This was Cassandra Wright, his one true love. And his body was trembling at the realization that she was in his arms again at long last. Their kiss grew passionate, heated, wild, and he could taste Cassandra's tongue as she slid it into his mouth, giving him permission to taste her even more. He eventually tore away from her kiss to taste the sweetness of her skin. Cassandra tilted her head a little to give him more access to her neck as his mouth descended down and down in a line of fire, kissing the skin that had been in his dreams for so many years. It was just as soft and sweet as he remembered. And he slid his hands up her back, feeling the lovely shape of her. Just as he'd thought in the graveyard, Cassandra had only grown lovelier over the years, and her curves made him ache to be inside of her, loving her again. Cassandra, bolder than he remembered, lifted his face and brought his mouth back to hers, kissing him senseless again. Keeping his arms around her, he began to move them back to the bed, until he sat down and drew Cassandra in his arms, still kissing her. He never wanted it to end. He couldn't get enough of the feel of Cassandra against him. It was better than any other woman he had been with. He knew that it was because never before had he a love like he had with Cassandra. He pulled away, her hands still clasped around his neck, and he looked into her lovely hazel eyes, so open and ready. The old Cassandra was still here. She had tried to hide herself away, but he could see it now. He watched her, both of them breathing hard, and then he saw Cassandra nod ever so slightly. He stood up, putting her down on her feet, laying a kiss gently in the crook of her neck. He began to unbutton her gown. The sweetest sound in the world was Cassandra's steady breathing as his fingers touched her. She allowed him to pull down her dress from the shoulder, and she pulled it the rest of the way, moving slowly and gracefully. She stood in her shift and stays, and he untied them and slid them the way of the gown. His rough fingertips brushed against the smooth tops of her shoulders, and his eyes scanned her length and the line of her back. He began to pull at his own clothing, but Cassandra turned around and pulled at his cravat herself, her gaze not leaving his. As he watched her hands move to his buttons, and his jaw nearly dropped at the sensual sight of her eyes and her mouth and naked body before him, as she slid his waistcoat from his shoulders. He moved his white shirt over his head, and he stood before her bare-chested. Cassandra slid her hands over his chest and then pressed her body against him, so that he could feel her taut nipples against his flesh. And he had to clench his muscles to keep from laying her down and plunging himself into her right then and there. Gently, she sat down, beckoning toward him, and he hastily like an inexperienced youth, untied his breeches and pulled them off along with his stockings, until he too was laid bare before her. She sucked in a breath, her eyes moving along his body, and he took her in as well, savoring the sight of every blessed inch of her. "So beautiful," he said as he leaned over her until their skin touched again. Cassandra's hands slid above her head, and he moved his hands there to clasp hers while he kissed her again. He slid down to move his mouth to each of her breasts in turn, savoring the sweetness he found there. Cassandra shivered and she moaned when he closed his lips over one nipple, pulling gently. Their physical connection was the same as the first time, but this time there was something different. Their love had been through so much, and yet it still remained, even if neither of them said it again. It hung all around them. His kiss moved down from her breasts to her stomach until he reached the center of her thighs and laid a kiss there on her core, causing Cassandra to arch up off the bed. He lifted up, sliding his hands along her thighs as he moved them apart. His hand slipped between her legs. He smiled as he felt her soft and wet, ready for him. His finger moved inside of her, causing Cassandra to gasp, her eyes watching him. "You are perfect, Cassandra," he said softly, watching her eyes close as his finger slowly moved in and out, encased in her tightness. When he removed it, he leaned down again to kiss her, needing to taste her. He wanted to keep this moment in time forever, and even though he wanted to move slowly, he was afraid that if he stopped at all, the spell would be broken. Cassandra's hands were gentle as she caressed him, her palms moving from his cheeks to his neck and down his back. Her legs lifted up, and he settled between her thighs, his length against her hot, wet center. He clenched his jaw, wanting her so desperately that it threatened to overwhelm him. His member was rigid against her, ready for entry, and he leaned up again. He wanted to catch her eyes again to silently ask for permission. Her hazel eyes were hazy, and when she bit her lip and nodded again, he positioned himself before entering her slowly. So slowly that it made him want to burst. But he knew he wanted to take his time. He wanted to enjoy her. Cassandra's eyes were wide, and she watched him, her mouth pursing as if she was about to speak. He leaned down again and took her mouth, pulling at the soft skin of her lower lip, and then began to move inside of her. Cassandra's arms moved from above her head to wrap around his shoulders, smoothing her palms over his heated skin. He moved his mouth back down to her chest and neck as he sped up his pace, thrusting, feeling the familiarity of being inside of the woman he loved more than anyone else. It seemed too soon when Cassandra's moans reached a peak, and she clutched to him tightly, shuddering as she found her release. Breathlessly, Elliot thrust a few more times before he groaned aloud, and pulled himself out of her, spilling onto the skin of her stomach. They stared at each other for a moment, and he watched her chest heave for breath in the sweet sight of the red flush over her skin. Grabbing his handkerchief from the floor, he moved over her stomach, cleaning himself off of her before lying beside her and pulling her against him. He was finally and at long last, satisfied. But it was more than that. He was happy. Chapter 12. Cassandra awoke with a smile. Sun streamed in through one of the windows, and when she opened her eyes, it looked like a heavenly scene. Everything seemed a shade of gold, and her muscles felt deliciously heavy with sleep and pleasure. That was what she felt. As if she'd touched heaven. Cassandra breathed slowly and steadily, feeling as her senses returned to her, moving down from heaven and back to earth. Back to the warmth of Elliot's arms. She could hear his breathing from behind her, and she wondered if he was still asleep. She turned slightly to see if his eyes were closed when he said in a low voice, "Are you well, Cassandra, my love?" His embrace tightened around her. She nodded, the sound of his voice making the moment more real than it had been. "My love?" She shook herself, trying to remember what had happened. Was it not a dream? She felt like last night she sank into a dream world, and everything was hazy and rose-colored. Now the truth was this. She had just been made love to by Elliot Andrews, a man she had sworn to hate forever for his betrayal. They were also unmarried and at an inn with dozens of people below, waking up naked in each other's arms. She turned to face forward, afraid to look at his face. Afraid that whatever her heart was feeling in that moment would be evident in her expression. She didn't want him to know. She wasn't yet ready for him to know that his love-making had nearly brought tears to her eyes. It was so beautiful. And she remembered her love for him so strongly that she feared the words would spill out her mouth hastily once again. And then where would they be? What were they going to do with these words or the moment that had passed between them? It was a mistake. A glaring mistake, and that thought kept repeating over and over in her mind until she pulled away from him. Hating the loss of warmth and weight of his arms but knowing she could no longer remain inside his embrace. She stood up. And Elliot stood up after her. When he touched her back, she jumped, still surprised that it was all so real. What could she have been thinking? She had a son to think of. A new life to create. One where she wasn't going to be beholden to anyone or to leave her heart out in the open to be trampled. "Excuse me," she said softly. "Elliot, I must get dressed. We must be on our way. It is late, I am sure." She kept her eyes turned away, fearful that if she saw him wrapped up in her bed, a hurt look in his eyes, she would want to jump back into his arms again. "Cassandra," he said gently. "Are you all right? Have I done something?" "No," she said a little breathlessly. "Not at all. I just think we must stay focused on our journey. Do you not think?" She stood up and lifted the shift over her head. At least then she was covered when she turned back to him. It was a mistake to look at him, for he was an Adonis, leaning up on his elbow toward her. His bare muscled chest was open to her view and still had the haze of gold about it from the morning light. His bottom half was covered except for one leg which lay crooked out from under it. His curls were tousled, and a light covering of stubble was on his chin. He was every woman's dream in this state. And she had to get dressed and get out if she was going to have any self-control left. "Ah, of course. The child matters most of all," he said, looking away from her. And she cringed at the slight tone of hurt in his voice. But why should he be hurt? Surely, he was used to making love to a woman and then leaving. Cassandra's heart told her that this time of making love was different. She had felt it in his every movement and every attention. He had been so gentle and loving. And everything he did felt like he was telling her something. But what was it? Surely the man didn't love her anymore. He was merely used to her as a childhood friend and a woman he had bedded before. They dressed in silence, and then Elliot said, "I will go and request the morning meal as well as the carriage." "Thank you," Cassandra said, and once he left, she felt like she could breathe again. She leaned against the wall for a moment to steady herself and then after a moment, she nodded her head. "Come, Cassandra. You can do this. Think of your son." "Our son," her mind told her, but she ignored it. It wasn't yet time to tell Elliot the truth, although she was certain he suspected it. It was part of the reason she assumed he'd come with her on this trip. When she met him downstairs after dressing, they ate together in relative silence. The same man that she'd seen last night was there. But this time his face was hidden behind a newspaper. And he only looked at them every so often. However, she was too despondent and distracted to even think of him. Elliot said nothing about it, and so she dropped it from her mind. They left the inn for the next one. The days passed slowly, and they eventually were able to engage in companionable conversation. But they never discussed their bout of lovemaking. It was not even touched upon, and so Cassandra could turn her mind fully to seeing her son again. Cassandra spent her hours lost in her own mind. She stared at the green Scottish countryside passing by their carriage, but inside, her mind was flashing between images of her happy childhood as well as making love to Elliot the second time. She also wondered and worried about what her son would think of her when he saw her again. What would he say? How would he be? What would he look like? Pondering all these questions filled up her time until after an age. The carriage pulled up in front of the Wilford orphanage, and the door was flung open. Fearfully, she stepped out of the carriage and looked up at the hard, stone facade. Vines curled around its corners, and everything about it was menacing and dark. Cruelty seemed to cling to every stone. "My son," she said to no one in particular. "My son was kept here?" She felt weak and faint, and when she reached out, she felt Elliot's strong arm behind her, holding her up. The sight of the orphanage made Elliot shiver. He had been to boarding school himself, which were houses of cruelty. But this was something different. Even the wind was cooler here, and when he saw the breeze shuffling the vines on the orphanage wall, he shivered again. It was a lonely, terrible-looking place, and he wondered how Mr. Benson had sent his own child away to this place. If he even is his child. Now, after seeing the orphanage, Elliot felt even more strongly that this was his son. And this Mr. Benson had merely endeavored to get rid of the child that had been in Cassandra's belly, so that he could have his own heir. It made sense to a cruel man's mind. And then, he heard Cassandra speak in a tiny voice and saw her falter on her feet. In an instant, he was at her side, gripping her hand and her waist. She sank against him for a moment. "Cassandra?" he said, not caring about their inappropriate contact in front of the driver. She sighed, and after taking another breath, she could stand again. "I cannot believe it, Elliot. How could my husband have done such a horrible thing? Almost anything would have been preferable than sending my son to such a place." She grimaced as she looked up at its facade. Elliot nodded. "I agree with you most heartily. The place gives me a bad feeling. Come, we shall take him out of this place. Have you the documents at hand?" "Yes," she said, gratefully taking the offer of Elliot's arm. And together they traveled over the lonely gravel drive up to the large oaken door, over which a lamp hung, dimly lit. The weather was cloudy and grey, and it made sense for the lamp to be lit in the middle of the afternoon, but it seemed to give the aura an even more eerie and macabre air. Elliot lifted a hand to knock on the door. After a few moments, a pale-faced butler opened the door. "We are here to see the proprietor of this establishment," Elliot said with solemnity. Wordlessly, the butler allowed them entry, and they followed him through the lower half of the house. Elliot's eyes traveled over the cold, dark walls, sparsely furnished with paintings and furniture. The strangest thing was, there was no sound. Only their muffled footsteps and the sounds of their breathing filled the musty air. It was the farthest thing from what Elliot had expected an orphanage to sound like. They were left in front of a side doorway, nestled in the far corner of a dark room which acted as a sort of drawing room. "Here you will find Miss Simmons. She is the matron of the orphanage." The butler opened the door and led the way in. "Arthur, who is this? What visitors have we?" a sharp and shrill voice asked from behind a desk. As Elliot's eyes adjusted to the darkness inside the room, he could feel Cassandra's hand tighten on his arm. Elliot took off his cap. "Madame, we are here to fetch a child." The butler left the room, and the sound of the door closing behind them both gave Elliot chills. What a horrible place it was. The woman behind the desk did not stand up. She merely looked at them over a pair of half-moon spectacles and bid them to sit. Her lips were pursed in a frustrated way, and Elliot couldn't tell if she was old or young. The light was so deceiving. The emotions and the dark clothes she wore also hid her age. "Ah, you must be one of those couples so desperate for a child. You think that you can simply come and fetch one as if it was a ribbon from a shop." Cassandra finally found her words. I beg your pardon? Miss Simmons laughed. You cannot come and take any of the children. You must have documentation. You must have paid the fees. She waved a hand to the doorway. Go. You are not welcome here. Elliot felt his rage build, and he slammed a hand on the edge of the desk, making both women jump. Chapter 13. Cassandra's mouth was dry, and as she stared at the sour woman across the desk from her, she couldn't quite find the words. 100 emotions and phrases were shooting through her mind, and she couldn't think of which one to utter first. The sound of Elliot's anger as he slammed his hand on the desk seemed to spark her to further life. Miss Simmons had looked frightened as well for a moment, and then her eyes narrowed in Elliot's direction. That is completely unnecessary, sir. We run a respectable establishment. I will not have violence here. Nor will I have you disturbing the children while they are working on their studies. Elliot was grim as he leaned forward. His tone was menacing. This establishment, as you call it, appears little more than a ghastly prison. He stood up. I am Lord Ferguson, and I will be listened to and respected, especially when I am here to assist someone in being reunited with her son after so many years. He nodded to Cassandra, and she removed the document she had in her purse from her husband's solicitor. A little shakily, she handed it to Miss Simmons, who pulled one of her lamps closer to her as she read the paper. I see, she said, looking up to glance between the two of them. I remember the boy who was brought here. I was told the mother was of unstable mental condition. Cassandra felt faint again, but her face reddened with anger. How dare he? She said, her voice merely a whisper. And Elliot put his hand on her shoulder. Elliot continued. That child is who we have come for. You know that you are powerless to keep the mother from her child, Miss Simmons. And with my position, I can do much to either elevate the position of this orphanage or bring it down. Take your pick. The matron again looked between them, still pursing her lips in that unpleasant way until she stood. It appears that I have no choice. She moved to the doorway, keys jingling from a string that attached to the belt at her thick waist. Come. I will bring the child to you. Cassandra followed after Elliot, feeling like she was in a dream again. But this time it seemed like a nightmare. What if he was ill or angry or wanted nothing to do with them? Elliot's arm was strong and comforting once again, and Miss Simmons led them into the dim drawing room. Wait here. I shall fetch the child. She was about to walk away when Cassandra asked, Excuse me, but what is his name? Miss Simmons scoffed. His own mother not giving him a name. I remember how strange it had been at the time. Cassandra was on the verge of tears. I was told the child was dead, madam. He was taken away from me before I could even see him. What is his name? Her strength returned, and she clenched her fist at her side as she glared at the horrible woman. He is called James, but unfortunately, we were not able to provide him with a last name. And so we just call him James. James, Cassandra said to herself. Miss Simmons left, and Elliot helped her to sit. He smiled at her. You see? We are here, just about to see him. Are you all right? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for your help. She turned to him and kissed him on the cheek. I would not have had the strength to do it without you. I would not wish anyone to face that Miss Simmons alone. His face looked grim, so much so that it made Cassandra chuckle. But then at the thought of dear young James stuck in this place with a woman like that made her serious again. What will I say to him, Elliot? He has no idea who I am. Elliot squeezed her hand and pulled it to his lips, kissing it gently. Her heart was so full of nervous anticipation that she didn't think about the propriety of their closeness or how it felt so normal, comforting, and right, that he was there with her and holding her, whispering encouragement in her ear. He will be so happy to get out of his place and meet his real mother, Cassandra. And you are wonderful. He will love you instantly. As I did. The last 3 words made her turn back to him, but just then, Miss Simmons' sharp footsteps entered the room. And in front of her was a young boy with the same brown curls and blue eyes as Elliot. Her heart flipped. And she simply stared at him for a moment, amazed that he was finally before her. "Madame," Miss Simmons said sharply. "This is the boy. James, as I said. James, show your manners." Both Cassandra and Elliot moved forward. Cassandra felt her heart beating wildly the closer she got. "This is my son. This is he at long last. In the flesh." She stole a glance at Elliot, who was watching James open-mouthed. She knew that after he got a look at James, the secret of his parentage would no longer be a secret. "How do you do, madam? Sir?" James bowed his head at the two of them and then looked up. The color of his blue eyes so stark it made Cassandra's heart hurt. "We are well, young man," Elliot said with a smile, and Miss Simmons pulled her hands away from James's shoulders. "I will let you speak to the boy for a moment. And I shall organize the necessary materials." She left, and Cassandra couldn't help the flutter of joy that came over her. She knelt down in front of the boy. His eyes followed her as she met him on his level. "James," she said, "we are here to take you with us. Would you like that?" James looked between the two of them and nodded. "But who are you?" he asked innocently. Cassandra cleared her throat and glanced at Elliot. He gave her an encouraging nod. "I am your mother, James. I am sorry that I did not come before for you." She looked down, embarrassed that her husband had taken away something so precious to her and made him think that he was unwanted and rejected by his mother. "I did not know that you existed. When you were born, they took you away from me. I did not know that you lived. I hope you can forgive me for leaving you in such a place." She smiled. "Will you come with us back to England? You will have a home. A proper home." James nodded again, looking between them. Cassandra could tell the train of his thoughts. "I would like to come, Mother," he said, so fluidly and easily that tears brimmed in Cassandra's eyes. She stood up, and James slid her hand into hers. "But are you my father?" he asked, and his eyes were trained on Elliot. As soon as he saw James, Elliot knew. This was his son. There was no way anyone could deny it. He looked exactly as Elliot had looked as a child. Elliot wasn't sure what Mr. Benson looked like, but he was certain he hadn't looked exactly like Elliot. There was a kind of freedom to knowing that James was his child, even if Cassandra still didn't feel comfortable enough to tell him. The weight of what had happened all those years ago suddenly lifted from him, even if the guilt remained. That was why Cassandra had done what she did and left him, because she thought he'd left her. All he wanted was to wrap her in his arms again and say sorry 1,000 times. But there were still so many things to be asked, to be resolved. And then James asked the question of fatherhood. He looked up at him with his young blue eyes. He was not angry. He was simply curious. Elliot glanced at Cassandra, frozen for a moment. And then Miss Simmons returned, relieving him from the duty to reveal something James's mother had not even revealed to him. "Lord Ferguson, everything is prepared." She handed him several papers. "T. Haste are the documents you will need. All of James's items have also been brought down from his chamber. There is also the matter of payment." Elliot nodded, and Cassandra took up James's hand. Without words, James turned and gripped Elliot's hand in his as well. The effect was overwhelming, and Elliot felt a sudden swell of fatherly pride and affection. "Thank you, Miss Simmons," Elliot said, pulling out some folded pounds from his pocket. He handed them to her, unable to keep a look of disgust from his face. "We shall be on our way. Are you ready, James?" Is there anyone you wish to say goodbye to? James shook his head. There is no one. We may go. Elliot felt a little pang of sadness at that fact, but looking at Cassandra with an encouraging nod, they left the dim hall and stepped out into the light. The air was fresh, even if the sky was still grey, and Elliot felt like a new weight had lifted. He took a deep breath and smiled. Come then. We have a long journey ahead of us. Without looking back, James entered the carriage, and the driver and footman loaded his small trunk of belongings on the back with his parents. Elliot helped Cassandra inside, and the three of them were together. A family reunited, but not all knew that it had happened. As they rumbled along, Elliot said, "How old are you now, James?" "They tell me that I am 5. But I do not know when my birthday is. We do not celebrate birthdays at the orphanage. Miss Simmons tells us that to celebrate birthdays is the height of selfishness, and that we are only brought here because God wants us for some reason." He shrugged, and Elliot wanted to sigh with frustration at the kinds of lessons this Miss Simmons taught to the poor group of children. "Well, you will celebrate your birthdays every year now that you will have a new home. We are going to England, yes?" James asked. "Yes," Cassandra said. "We are going to Cheshire, a county there. It is beautiful. Rolling green hills and flowers and trees as far as the eye can see." For the first time since they'd met him, a smile flicked over the young boy's face, but it soon disappeared, and James turned away, his eyes looking out the window. "Is there something wrong, James? Are you not happy to leave?" Elliot asked. James was still looking down, but he shook his head. "No, it is not that," he said to his hands. "I am very happy to leave. But Miss Simmons never liked us to smile. She always says that God respects solemnity. I was afraid that I would be punished for smiling." Elliot lifted his eyebrows in Cassandra's direction, and then he burst into laughter. James jumped at the sound and watched Elliot strangely. "By God, boy. I am very glad indeed that we took you from that infernal place. You may laugh and smile just as much as you like. In fact, we encourage it." Cassandra nodded, lightened by Elliot's laugh, and James's slowly relaxing expression. "Yes, James. You can laugh and smile now. I will do my best to make sure that you do." She reached out and placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. Elliot could tell that she was still nervous and hesitant, but James seemed to be eagerly drinking up the affection and the words that came out of their mouths. It almost seemed like he hadn't been spoken to in a long while. That would be no surprise considering the silence they had stepped into inside of the orphanage. Elliot leaned forward, a grin on his face. "Dear boy, how would you like a very large meal in a warm inn? We will be there in a few hours, and you can eat as much as you want." James looked up, his eyes wide with excitement. He turned to Cassandra. "May I, Mother?" Elliot could see Cassandra's eyes well up and a flush of pleasure light up her cheeks. "Of course," she said. "You may eat until you have had your fill, James." The little boy grinned. It grew slowly and tentatively at first, but then it filled out, wide on his face, and he leaned back, still smiling, his gaze focused out of the window. They soon arrived at the inn, and James was trying his best to hold back his excitement as he stepped down out of the carriage, watching the front of the inn hungrily. Cassandra took her hand in his. "Follow me," she said, and the two of them entered. Elliot removed his cap and followed behind them, glad that the inn was not too busy. Out of habit, he watched each of the faces and felt relief that he didn't see the same man that they'd seen before. In fact, he hadn't even been thinking about him and only remembered now to search for him. The memory of his lack of vigilance in the past few days bothered him, but it wasn't as if anything had happened. No more innkeepers had mentioned that a man was looking for them, and so he shrugged it off. smiling as James sat down next to Cassandra. James's eyes on the busyness of the inn all around him. He said nothing, and when the food came and sat before him, he stared at it for a few seconds in amazement. Cassandra tapped him on the shoulder. "You may eat, James. Go on." And then, he tucked into his food with a vengeance, and Elliot and Cassandra smiled at each other. She turned away after a few moments, watching her son with interest. And Elliot felt a warm tug in his heart. This was his family, and he couldn't wait another night until he spoke to Cassandra to get the truth out of her. Under the table, he slid his hand over to her side where her hand rested on her knee. He moved his hand over hers. She jumped a little, but she didn't turn to him. In response, she opened her hand and squeezed his. After the events from a few days ago, he thought he'd lost her. But now, in this moment, with his true love's hand in his and his son eating happily before him, there was hope. Chapter 14. Leave him. Let him sleep, Cassandra said softly, the affection evident in her voice. She had instantly felt a mother's love when she'd looked upon her boy in the grip of Miss Simmons earlier that day. Elliot and Cassandra stood in the doorway of one of the inn's rooms, their shoulders brushing against each other. They were watching James under the covers, his breathing calm and steady. Elliot had just lifted him from the main room of the inn and up the stairs. After the meal he'd had, the boy had fallen asleep almost straight afterward. It is the first time he has finally slept in a room all his own, I am sure. Let him sleep easily and without worry that something will happen. I shuddered to think what was going on in that horrid place with that woman. She knew she would have to sleep again with Elliot in their other room, but she didn't care. This was more important. She felt the soft touch of Elliot on her back. "An excellent idea, Cassandra," he said with a whisper. Elliot shut the door, and they moved to the room next door. Cassandra was comforted by the fact that there was a door between the two rooms, so she could easily check on James in the middle of the night if she so needed to. There was an uncomfortable silence between them as they closed their door behind them. And Elliot removed his jacket, loosening his cravat at the neck. Cassandra placed her bonnet on the side table and removed her spencer, laying it over the chair by the wash basin. Her eyes kept flicking over to Elliot and the way he was getting himself comfortable, rolling up the sleeves on his white shirt and pouring himself a cup of wine. "Will you have one?" he asked, his focus on pouring. "Yes, please. It has been an interesting day." Elliot chuckled. "That it has. Come sit with me for a little, Cassandra. If you will oblige me." "Certainly," she said, dreading the moment but knowing it needed to happen. There was no sense in keeping the secret anymore. But she wondered what would happen when she told him. Would everything suddenly be fine again? Could they really go back to the way they were? And yet, she could sense the hope in that idea as she sat down across from him. Even though so many unsaid things were between them, the mere fact of their physical presence in the same room felt so normal. She took the glass from Elliot's hand and took a long sip. "Thank you," she said genuinely, looking into his beautiful blue eyes. "You have given me hope and happiness back. There can be a fresh start." Elliot smiled and leaned forward. He placed his glass down on the side table. There was a pause, and the fire crackled in the hearth. "I am glad you think that, Cassandra. You were brave today, and you deserve the happiness you have found again. But..." He swallowed, clearly trying to find the right words. Cassandra took a breath and waited. "But I think we both know the truth now. I just need to hear you say it. Is James my son?" The words were finally out in the open, and once they were, Cassandra didn't fear the question as much as she thought she would have. Instead she smiled, feeling like she was on the edge of release. "Yes, Elliot." She breathed out a sigh of relief. "He is your son." Elliot leaned back, smiled and chuckled. The truth shall set you free, the Bible says. And I feel it here and now. He moved to Cassandra's side, kneeling in front of her. Her heart swelled with love for him, an old love, but no less powerful. He took her hand and kissed it. I see now why you had left and married another, he said, watching her carefully. She nodded, the tears she had been holding back slipping out from behind her eyes. I thought you had gone away and left me. I thought that everything was over between us. Elliot's face was pained as he shook his head. No, my love. My dearest, dearest love. For that is what you are and shall always be. Cassandra. I love you. I loved you then, and I love you now. It was my father who did not approve, and I promise you. He sent me away. But I came back soon after, and I wanted to find you. To marry you anyway. Cassandra was breathless from his speech. She lifted her hand to brush a tear away from her cheek. I believe you, Elliot. At long last. I knew in my heart that something had gone wrong back then. Something to prevent us, but I was so hurt. And I felt so alone. Elliot placed the back of Cassandra's hand on his cheek. I'm so sorry, my love. Come and sit with me. He got to his feet and lifted her into his arms. He moved to sit on the bed, with her on his lap. She closed her eyes with delight, savoring the feeling of being in his arms again with all secrets known. Never before had she felt so safe and warm. I cannot imagine what you must have felt then. With the baby in your belly and your parents forcing you to marry that man. If only I had known. If only I had received your letters. He kissed her cheek, kissing away one of her tears. She nodded. In those letters I told you everything. I cannot imagine why they could have been so waylaid. Cassandra felt a flutter of worry on that score. For it was very strange that they had been so prevented in finding out the truth about the other. But Elliot's smile made all her fears melt away. He said, but we are a family now, my love. Will you have me? Will you take me for your husband? Now that I have had a chance to ask? He pulled away from her, watching her face. And despite the tears streaming down her face, she laughed and pulled him to her, kissing him soundly. I will have you, Elliot Andrews. Forever and ever. But soon, her smile faded. What is it? Elliot asked. Lord, what will your mother say? Cassandra furrowed her brow, and she felt a flutter of worry on her chest. But Elliot merely laughed and kissed her, lessening all her fears. They were quiet then for a time as she melted into his kiss. Finally feeling free enough to show all her affection. Even freer than the other night. Now the truth was out, and they were about to start their lives together. The past could be forgotten. She clung to him as he laid her down on the bed. Kissing her cheek, her neck, and helping her out of her gown as she unbuttoned his waistcoat. It seemed an age until he was on top of her. Their skin touching, his mouth moving everywhere. Making her whole body throb and ache for him. His lips trailed down her chest between her breasts and over them. His hands following soon after. He moved one hand between her thighs, sliding a finger inside of her. Making her moan aloud with need. Please, Elliot. She said. I cannot wait. He smiled. Your wish is my command, my love. He gently kissed her before spreading her legs and pushing inside of her. He drew her into his arms, and Cassandra saw stars behind her eyes as he thrust into her. This time with even more passion and desire than she had felt before. She wrapped her thighs around him. Wanting him more and more. Never feeling as if she'd had enough. When she finally cried out her release. Feeling her desire break and spread through every inch of her. She laid back with final and true satisfaction. The sound of Elliot's own enjoyment was music to her ears. And she made contented sounds as he pulled her back against his chest. She fell asleep to the sound of his steady breathing behind her. Elliot awoke, having heard something like the scratching of a chair across the floor. He blinked in confusion into the dark room, trying for a moment to get his bearings. He turned to the sound of Cassandra's breathing and felt her delightful weight on his arm. Gently, he pulled his arm out from under her and sat up, looking around. He had definitely heard a sound, but it seemed almost too far away to be inside of their room. And now that his eyes had adjusted, he could see that no one was there. Cassandra stared at his movements, and she sat up, asking, "What is it, Elliot? Why are you awake at this hour?" "I thought I heard something." As if summoned, the sound came again, but this time it was a little more muffled. "There. Did you hear that?" he whispered. Cassandra's eyes snapped open. It must be coming from James's room. "Come, Elliot. Let us go and see if he is all right. Perhaps he is too scared on his first night?" Elliot nodded. The two of them stood and dressed in dressing gowns before stepping gingerly to the door. Cassandra put her hand in Elliot's and opened James's door quietly. The room was even darker than theirs, for his windows were covered by tall trees, keeping the moonlight from coming inside. Elliot looked around, a bad feeling growing in his chest. And then he heard the sound again. His eyes moved to the corner where he saw a frightened James in the shadows, his arm held up awkwardly. Elliot stepped forward instinctively, but a harsh voice called out, "Come no closer," he said, and the cloaked man stepped forward into the thin sliver of light that had made its way through the thick branches. "You," Cassandra said, recognizing the man just as Elliot had. He had been the one watching them both during their journey. The one that Cassandra had recognized as a friend of her husband. "What are you doing?" She stepped closer. "Unhand my son." "No, Mrs. Benson." The man responded quickly, and both Elliot and Cassandra paused as they saw James wince. "You will come no closer, or the boy will die." Just then, Elliot could see a blade in the man's hand. When he moved, he could see it glint in the faint light. His fists clenched, and his stomach hardened with anger. He hated the feeling of helplessness. James's eyes were wide with fear, and he trembled but said nothing. Elliot tried to reassure him with a look. "Who are you?" Elliot asked, keeping his distance. He couldn't risk losing the son that Cassandra had only just found. "What do you want with us?" The man smiled in Cassandra's direction. "I believe Mrs. Benson already knows my face if she does not know my name." "I recognized you," she said in a thin voice. "Why should you care what we do? You are merely an acquaintance of my former husband." He pressed the blade a little closer to James's neck, making the young boy whimper, and Elliot want to pound the man's face into the wall. "You should not risk the life of the young boy. But I am here by request. I have been asked to do a job by someone that I think you know well. And now, you must let me leave this place, taking the boy with me. If you attempt to stop me, the boy will lose his life, and you will have only yourself to blame." Elliot's heart raced. His eyes moved between the man's smug face as well as James's fearful expression. He didn't know what to do. He could try to attack the man, but he might not move quickly enough until the man had plunged that blade into James's neck. He had never before felt more helpless, and something else bothered him. Who of his acquaintance could have requested that this hireling come and take his boy from him? The thought made him sick to his stomach. Chapter 15. Cassandra wanted to wail and scream against this man. What had he to do with her business? She remembered only having seen him a few times in the past when her husband was still alive. He never even spoke to her but only spent time with her husband on his visits. What on earth was he doing here now? Unless he was the man who had originally taken James away from her. The man threatened James's life, and her heart clenched painfully at the thought of her dear boy suffering again after a life full of suffering already. She hated her helpless position. She could do nothing except let her mind whirl and work, trying to come up with a solution. If she had a weapon, she would not think twice about bringing this evil man to the ground. But she followed his instructions about keeping her distance and instead posed a question to the man. "Before you go," she said, her voice loud and clear, "at least tell us why you take my son. Even if you cannot tell us who has instructed you to do so. What purpose might he have to you?" The man lifted a surprised brow at her sudden change in confidence. He answered loftily, "It is not that he has a purpose that serves me, but more that his presence denies another their purpose." Cassandra glanced at Elliot with confusion. He too looked just as confused by the cryptic answer. She said, "But must you kill him?" The man moved forward, with James in his grip, and both Elliot and Cassandra took a step back toward the door. The man shook his head. "No, not if you follow my instructions and leave us be. He will be returned to the proper place. If the boy is harmed, then you only have yourselves to blame." Now that he was fully in the light, she could see the crazed look in his eyes. Her heart was beating furiously. She glanced at Elliot with desperation, wishing one of them could find a way to free James from the man's grasp. Just then, a crash and a cheer sounded from downstairs, and Cassandra turned to the noise, surprised by how loud it was. In a flash, Elliot had jumped across the gap between them and the man, and fell to the floor, James having been shoved aside. Cassandra rushed to James, grasping him tightly around the shoulders, her fingers and eyes searching his neck for wounds. "Are you all right, my son?" He nodded, but he was still trembling. Elliot and the man grappled on the floor. Cassandra took James's hand and pulled him out of the door. "Help!" she called down the steps. "Help us, please!" In response to her cries, 5 burly men rushed up the steps, and she pointed inside. "My husband wrestles with a kidnapper." The men rushed inside, and Cassandra waited outside with James, listening as the men pulled the culprit out of Elliot's grasp. Cassandra's hands moved up and down James's arm. "Are you all right, my dear?" "Yes, Mother." "Who is that man hurting Father?" "I'm so sorry, James. You should not have had to suffer so much again. He is a bad man. We do not know what he is doing, or why he wanted to hurt you. But we will find out. I promise you that." She touched her hands to his soft cheeks, and then frowned. "Did you say father?" "Yes," he said, nodding. "He is my father." "How do you know?" she asked with a smile. James shrugged. "I knew when I saw him." "You both did not answer me, but I knew, Mother." "He is my father, right?" Cassandra took a breath. There was no point in denying it any more now that she and Elliot had resolved everything between them. She nodded, a tear springing out of her eye. "Yes, James. He is your father. And we are going to be a family now. We just need to go home." "Family," James said in a whisper, and then a tentative smile broke out on his face. "Would you like that?" she asked. "Yes, Mother. I would like that very much." "Good. I am so glad." She stood, keeping her hand in his, and peeked into the room. The man who had been tackled was spitting and angry as 2 men held him back. Elliot was breathing heavily, and he pushed the hair out of his face as he said, "Tell us now, then. Why do you follow us?" "I will say nothing until I have a magistrate here to hear my words." "Fine." Elliot shrugged. "That can be arranged." The innkeeper rushed up the steps a few seconds later. "What is going on here?" He looked around the room, his eyes moving between each of the men in turn. Elliot said, "This man has come in the middle of the night and threatened my son with a blade." The innkeeper didn't look too surprised, but he did look angry. He put his hands on his hips and said, "I will not have this in my establishment. I have been attempting to make it respectable for some years now. Come, we shall call the magistrate and have him handle this." He pointed a thumb to the doorway, and the men pulled the culprit out of the door. Stupidly, he was still attempting to fight, and he glanced at Cassandra angrily as he passed by her. "You would have done well to stay hidden in your little hamlet, Mrs. Benson." The men wrenched him back from her and pulled him down the stairs, the curiosity as to the man's purpose and origins growing unbearable. It was the most he could have asked for. A chance. The chance of a slight distraction to jump on the man who was going to hurt his son. Thank God for the rabble-rousers who had made a crashing noise from downstairs and took the man's eyes away from what he was doing for a split second. But he was strong. Elliot had struggled to fight back against him at first because of his surprise at the man's strength. And then Elliot realized that he was completely naked under his robe and could be found in a very uncomfortable position if the man got the better of him. Luckily, Cassandra had called out for help, and the men who entered helped him get the man restrained at long last. The blade clattered to the floor, and now they were about to head downstairs to wait for the magistrate. But Elliot paused at the top of the stairs as he looked down at his love and his son. Her hand in James's. Elliot leaned down. "Are you all right, James?" "Yes, father," James said, and to everyone's surprise, he leaned forward and wrapped his arms tightly around Elliot's neck. The shocking intimacy made tears suddenly spring to his eyes. Elliot put his hands on the young boy's back and looked up to see a crying Cassandra. "He knows?" Elliot asked, and Cassandra nodded, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. "Even without me saying anything to him. He just knew. I hope you do not mind that I did not refute it. I told him the truth at long last." Elliot grinned, lifting James up into the air. "Mind? I am happier than I have ever been." James pulled back and looked between his mother and father, another smile on his face. "Come," Cassandra said. "James, you must go back to bed, but this time, you may stay in our room. With us." She smiled at Elliot. He felt his heart about to burst with the love he felt for Cassandra and the new budding affection he had for his son. "And I must dress before going down to meet the magistrate." "May I come with you, father? I want to see what happens to the man." Elliot shook his head. "No, it is best you rest here with your mother." He winked at Cassandra, who beamed with pleasure. Cassandra laid James down in the bed while Elliot dressed. He stood at the door, saying, "I should be back in a few hours. Get some rest." He was about to close it behind him when Cassandra came out into the empty hallway and shut the door. Elliot watched her curiously, and smiling, she jumped into his arms and kissed him on the cheek. "You are a hero. So strong. So manly. You saved him, you know." Elliot grinned, pulled her a little closer to him, wishing he could stay a little bit longer, but he wasn't going to miss out on the time he had then. He leaned down and kissed her deeply, so that when she pulled away, she was in a daze and a little breathless. He leaned her forehead against hers. "I would do anything for you, my love. For both of you. Now, as much as it pains me, I must go and deal with the cat downstairs. I only hope that I can be back soon." Cassandra smiled. "Well, remember there is a son in the bed now, so you will have to sleep in the chair." Elliot chuckled and straightened his coat and waistcoat. "Worth the wait, my love. Good night." He kissed her hand. "Rest well. You are both safe." She nodded, and smiling after him, she entered the room, and he turned down the stairwell, annoyed that this idiot had ruined such a romantic evening. Downstairs, the main room had been cleared a bit with a table set in the center. The innkeeper came up to him. "Lord Ferguson, the magistrate has arrived." and I have removed the most drunken of our guests. Thank you, Elliot said, distractedly as he searched for the magistrate. Sitting to the side of the middle table he spotted an old, wizened man with a cane in his hand. He approached him. "Ah, Lord Ferguson. I have been apprised of the details of the case, but I would ask you a few questions." "Certainly," Elliot replied and sat down across from him. He spotted the culprit sitting nearby, glowering in his direction. "Do you know this man?" "No. Although my wife does. She says he is an acquaintance of her late husband." The man spoke up. "She is not your wife, my lord," he said in a sarcastic tone, but the magistrate lifted a hand to silence him. "This is Mr. Worthington, or so he claims. Tell me all of what happened." A younger man sat poised next to the magistrate, ready to write down whatever Elliot was about to say. Elliot explained the story of that evening as well as having seen the man a few times before on their journey. Unfortunately, he had to explain as best he could about the situation with James. He hoped that Mr. Worthington would no longer call out with any other revelations for their audience. The magistrate, a Mr. Parker, nodded along solemnly. The man was so old, he had surely seen something similar to this before, but his expression never betrayed his inner thoughts. When Elliot was finished, he said, "Thank you, Lord Ferguson. Your help is invaluable. Now, Mr. Worthington, you may reveal your side of it. And I warn you once more that, if we hear the truth, your sentencing will be much more lenient." Mr. Worthington's jaw was clenched tightly, and for a moment, Elliot feared the man would not reveal anything. But then, he said, "I was paid to come here, to follow both Lord Ferguson and Mrs. Benson, and remove the child from them if they made contact with him. I was paid and instructed to do so by none other than Lady Ferguson, Lord Ferguson's sister." Chapter 16. Cassandra held Elliot's hand as they rode in the carriage the next morning. The news was still a shock to her, and Elliot's demeanor was stiff as they traveled on. It would be a few days until they were able to deal with the new information, and it caused tension for everyone. But Cassandra made sure that every time she looked at and spoke to James, she smiled. "I cannot believe it, Cassandra. I am still in shock. Why on earth should my sister do such a thing?" Cassandra's heart went out to him. He looked so confused, hurt, and full of despair. At least the man was taken to the local prison after his trial with the magistrate. He will spend time there until he has worked off his sentence. Elliot shook his head, seeming not to have heard her. "Is there no one in my family who wished me well and wished for my happiness?" The painful question made Cassandra lean her head on Elliot's shoulder. She knew his family very well. His loud, domineering mother who always had a comment to make on anyone and anything. His father who had been a stickler for tradition and formality, and had looked at Cassandra as little more than an inconvenience when they were children. And then there was Catherine. Catherine was homely, and a little bit shy, but she had been nice enough. However, Cassandra had sensed as a child that Catherine had been jealous that Cassandra was close to Elliot. Catherine hadn't had many of her own friends growing up. But why should that affect them now as adults? Why should that affect James, and why would it make her want to get him kidnapped? "They do wish you well, I am sure," Cassandra soothed, patting Elliot's hand, even though she wasn't sure she believed her own words. "All will become clear as soon as we arrive back at your estate and can ask them." "I do not think so, or I fear there is something the both of us have not really thought of. Well, it has been bothering me at the back of my mind, but I did not say." "What is that?" "The letters. Both of us claim to have written to one another, but both of us also claim to have not received those letters. I stand by my earlier claim." "And you?" "Yes," she said, nodding, surprised that in her new happiness, She had not questioned the letters again. I received nothing from you, and I wrote as well. Elliot's eyes narrowed. I wonder if my devious sister had something to do with that. I also hope my mother knew nothing of Catherine's actions. Elliot said through clenched teeth. Or else I shall go mad. Cassandra nodded. The next couple of days as they traveled back to their home, she spoke to James as much as she could, making sure that he was happy and healthy. With each day that passed and the more miles they put between him and the orphanage, he seemed to brighten. His smiles came more readily. And more he opened up about his experiences as well as his hopes and dreams for a different future. She and Elliot made love every night at the inns they stayed at. But after the fury of passion subsided, his mind was solemn. Cassandra knew that he was constantly contemplating meeting his sister again and deciding what he might say to her. He spoke to her of it a bit, but most of the time he stewed in his own mind. And Cassandra simply waited until he shared with her. She was so happy. But she knew that their happiness couldn't be complete until everything was resolved. And then they could move on with their lives and their future happiness. For herself, he was nervous about seeing the Dowager again, wondering how the older, ill-tempered woman would take the news of their engagement. But this time, Cassandra hoped that Elliot would not listen to his parent about who he should marry. She knew that he wouldn't, but that old fear of betrayal still lingered in her heart. And she couldn't get rid of it. On their final day of the journey, Cassandra could see the familiar rolling hills and pastures of her hamlet, and her heart lightened at her return home. Not only was it safe and comfortable, but now she had love aplenty to fill her life with. As they neared the Ferguson estate, Elliot turned to her quickly and clenched her hand. The moment of truth, he said softly. Cassandra said nothing, for they had just pulled up in the long gravel drive, and a footman opened the door. At long last, Elliot said, descending. But Cassandra could see the nervous angry look in his eyes as he stared up at the front of the house. She got a queasy feeling as well, when she saw the front door open and two figures emerge, both of them easily discernible as Catherine and her mother. Are you certain that you wish me here? With James? When there is so much to discuss with your family. I am sure, Cassandra. James descended from the carriage and walked behind them as Elliot leaned over and grabbed Cassandra's hand in his. He whispered, My family now no longer has any right to say anything about how I live my life. For they have shown me their true colors. With each step closer, Cassandra could feel her heart fluttering nervously. Her mouth felt dry, and her mind went completely blank as they finally stood before an angry dowager and a surprised sister. Elliot, Cassandra, you have returned so soon, Catherine said with an attempt at a smile. But Cassandra's eyes were on the dowager and how the old woman's eyes slid down from the faces of her son and fiancé to their hands, tightly clasped together. When her eyes returned to them both, they were focused solely on Cassandra, and in their milky depths, Cassandra could still tell the eyes were angry. Her voice was cold and tense as she asked, Mrs. Benson, may I ask what in the devil you are doing here? And why are you holding hands with my son? At his mother's icy words, Elliot held onto Cassandra even tighter. He would not let go this time. Not ever. Not when it had nearly threatened to kill him the last time. He wanted to rage at both of them, especially Catherine. But he miraculously kept his voice calm. Mother, it is time that you understand your place, as I understand mine. Cassandra will no longer be Mrs. Benson once our marriage has taken place. Marriage? She said in a voice almost like a whisper, and theatrically, her hand moved to her chest, fluttering above it, and her eyes closed a little. She wobbled slightly, and Catherine was behind her in an instant, holding onto her elbows. Brother, what do you think you are doing? You will kill her with such news. Elliot lifted an eyebrow. I highly doubt that, Catherine. for she has attempted to use this in many ways throughout my life to influence me to her way. No longer. Now that father is gone, it is I who will make the decisions, especially when they directly pertain to my own happiness. Now, he said, his tone deepening in harshness, it is time we speak on a matter of urgency. That, of course, mainly being about my son. He moved aside and touched James on the shoulder as the young boy tentatively stepped forward. Catherine reared back slightly with a gasp, and the dowager suddenly fluttered awake, back to her full strength. Cassandra moved to James's side as well, and Elliot could see her protective hand around his shoulder. Elliot glanced down at her, and with a nod, he tried to give her strength. Her nervous agitation was all over her face. His mother said in a helpless voice, "In God's name, Elliot, what have you done? What do you produce before my eyes this day? Come inside. We do not wish to make sport for our neighbors and servants." The dowager's tone had grown menacing. Elliot was very tempted to stay, knowing that his mother's greatest fear was her secrets becoming known to those beneath her in dignity. But he followed after, knowing that he wanted to be as free to speak as possible, for they would feel his wrath. As soon as they entered the drawing room, they sat apart. His mother and sister on one sofa, he and Cassandra and James on another, feeling worlds apart. An icy gulf between them. Everyone in the room was tight-lipped, looking either pale and afraid or pale and furious. He couldn't quite tell which emotion Cassandra was feeling at the moment, but he had to turn his mind to his sister. His fists clenched as they rested on his knees. His mother said loftily, "What is it you wish to say, Elliot? You seem ready to burst. You cannot possibly think that you shall marry this fallen woman, nor think you will be taking her child or whatever he is and install both of them in this house. Is our lineage to be so tarnished?" She laughed aloud at the thought, but that only fueled Elliot's anger even further. "Mother, I wonder if you would not concern yourself so much with the reputations of others when you have your own daughter to worry about." "Catherine?" his mother said in disbelief. "Why should I worry about her? The girl has done nothing wrong. Nothing like your Mrs. Benson." Elliot turned his eyes to Catherine. Catherine's eyes were looking to and fro, and her hands clasped and unclasped nervously in her lap. "Catherine, I wonder why as soon as I have been reunited with my son, who is my son after all, mother, and then find a blade being pointed at his neck by a hireling who claims to know you." His mother frowned. "Catherine? What is he talking about?" Catherine stuttered. "It was for the good of the family. Whatever I have done." Elliot no longer kept a rein on his temper. What could that possibly mean? How is it good for the family when it seems to be only good to you? For it is you who paid the man to kidnap my son and take him back away from us, back to that orphanage in which he had been installed upon his birth. Catherine swallowed. She glanced at her mother, who was still eyeing her with a quizzical brow. "Who else knows about this?" the dowager asked. Elliot answered, still seething. "Well, the people that were there when a few men and I brought the man to the ground and had him before a magistrate." His mother's face went pale, and she began to tremble. Elliot thought for a moment that she really was going to faint this time, and he frowned, surprised at her actual, genuine reaction. "Catherine," she said softly, "the whole town could know about how you paid a man to nearly kill a child." "A child?" Catherine paled as well. "I told you why I did it, mother. It was for the good of the family. I knew you would have wanted this. We could not have Elliot marrying this woman or taking this child for his own. I had them followed from here to see if that was where they were going. To pick him up." "But how could you have known that the child existed?" Cassandra suddenly burst out. "I did not even know. For my late husband told me that the child had died." "How did you know?" Tears were in her voice, and she took a calming breath, trying to keep them back. Catherine looked at Cassandra coldly. I will tell you. I could not bear to see my brother lost to someone who was so clearly beneath our family. You were just a merchant's daughter, and my brother was to be an earl. I could tell the affection between you had grown all those years ago, and I had to stop it. I was amazed that you had been allowed to spend so much time with us as children. It was a foolish thing to do, Mother. Elliot's mouth fell open at the shocking anger that oozed out of his sister's every gesture. Where had this been hiding? How had he not known? And you stopped it how? He said. I knew that you two had known each other in the biblical sense. Catherine cleared her throat, uncomfortable with the mention of it. And that there was a child. I heard after you were forced to leave, brother. I thought that would be the end of it. Both of you would go on your way, but then you tried to come back. And you tried to write to each other. I had to intercept all the letters. And once I heard that Cassandra's parents had set up a marriage for her to hide the child, I knew there was a way out. I spoke to her husband, and we made a deal. He would receive payment, and I would assist him in getting rid of the child. That way, he could have his own heir. And I would never lose my position. Elliot swallowed, unable to quickly register all that his sister was saying. What position is that? Cassandra asked. That of being the sister to an earl. A lady. A true lady. No one will marry me, and I could not bear the thought of losing what status I had. With no wife for my brother, I could be the head of the house and be respected. If it was not for your harlot and spawn, then none of this would have happened. I would not have had to have gone to such drastic measures. I had no intention of ever giving up my fight. Chapter 17. Elliot was right, even though it pained her to think so. It seemed that no one in his family wished him well or wished for his happiness. They only thought of themselves and how they could benefit from Elliot's power. Catherine's revelations struck Cassandra straight to the heart. This woman, whom she had considered a friend for some time, had totally changed. The look on her face was one of pure disgust. And it was directed toward herself and James. How could this be? Catherine, she said, still in amazement. Even if we had married then, we would have wanted you to live with us. To spend your days with us, here. You would never have lost your respect or your position. You would have been loved and wanted. You would have been an aunt to our children. How could you have done such a hateful thing? Knowingly tearing two lovers apart as well as removing a mother from her son? What evil eats up your heart? A lone tear fell down her face, and she clutched James tighter, even though her hands were trembling. What could she do in the face of such hatred? Catherine stood up, lifting her shoulders back, staring coldly now upon them all, but seeming to avoid the eyes of her speechless mother. I do not have to be scolded by you, Cassandra, who allowed yourself to be despoiled before your marriage by a man who could not possibly choose you. You must have known then that our father would not have allowed you to marry him, and yet, like a common harlot, you threw yourself at his feet. I will not allow myself to be reprimanded by you. Nor would I have comforted myself to have been pitied and accepted into your household with you as Lady Ferguson. Elliot said, his voice low and calm now that all had been revealed. It is no longer up to you, Catherine, to decide my life. I loved you as my sister. I think that I always will despite your betrayal. But you can no longer be a part of our lives. I will be marrying Cassandra, and James will be my heir. For that is what he is. My son. They are my family. His mother turned to Catherine, the shock still on her face. Catherine, you will go elsewhere and leave us. For it is now your hatred, your envy, and your cruelty that has polluted this house. And I will not have you in it to spoil my son with your resentment and harshness. You will go. Catherine looked as if she was about to cry and break down. But Elliot's expression was cold and impassive. Cassandra felt like she wanted to break down herself and scream at Elliot's mother and sister. wondering why they had gone to such lengths to make sure that Elliot was unhappy. "I will go then," Catherine said in a small voice, lifting her chin ever so slightly. "I have no wish to know you any longer nor your patched-up family." Catherine left, storming away. And Elliot's mother stood up as well, staring down at the two of them. "And I shall go with her. If you are to act so, Elliot, and remove your own family from the house they have lived in their whole lives. I am ashamed of you. And are you, mother? That you cared more for what society thought than for the feelings of your own children. There is a daughter-in-law and grandchild here who wish to know you. There will be more children, I assume. All wondering what has happened to the grandmother who does not wish to see them. Remember that this is the choice you have made." The dowager glanced at James, and for a moment, Cassandra wondered if she would change her mind. On her face, there was a brief flash of guilt, and then it disappeared, hardening behind that exterior of stone that the dowager was so used to employing. "Goodbye, Elliot. You do not have my best wishes for your health and happiness." Cassandra gasped at such harsh words. "Goodbye, mother," Elliot said. "I shall make all the preparations for you." His mother nodded and turned to leave. Elliot stood, and just as she was the doorway of the drawing room, ready to leave, Elliot said, "And mother?" She turned around slowly but not fully. He said, "I do not think that you have ever wished for my health and happiness. But despite all, I shall wish for yours. For you will regret this day." There was a moment of hesitation from his mother, but then she left, her dark gown swishing as she went. The sound of her footsteps faded down the hall, and Cassandra stood beside Elliot as he watched his mother leave. She slid her hand into his, and he turned, pulling her into his arms, the sigh of a bereaved man in her ear. All was now prepared. His mother and sister had departed for a country cottage that his family owned but rarely used. It was not that far, but it was isolated, and he had hired a few servants to join them and care for them. He also would send money every month to make sure that they were comfortable. But he was most relieved when they left. Cassandra had gone home to see Sarah and took James with her. It had been 2 days since she'd left, and Elliot had had some time to think about his new future. He hadn't realized that he'd harbored some small hope that his mother and sister would apologize for the past as well, and they could somehow find a way to reconcile. He had not expected that they would defiantly refuse to apologize, nor understand the error of their ways. Nor did he expect that they would agree to leave his mother following his sister into a life of isolation away from him and his family. He remembered the conversation he had had with Mrs. Whittaker once everyone had left the house 2 days ago. "Young master, you look heartsick." Could it be Cassandra right again? He had smiled. "No, Mrs. Whittaker. In this case, it is Cassandra who has made me immeasurably happy. Although with my family, it is a different story." The old woman gave him a knowing nod and had patted his hand comfortingly as he sat with a glass of whiskey before the drawing-room hearth. "I have heard all, young master. I am sorry for it. Will they never come back?" "I do not see how they can, Mrs. Whittaker. They do not love me. I do not think they ever have. And they will not tolerate me marrying Cassandra and bringing our son to the house. Will you be able to bear it well enough?" He had looked up to his housekeeper, the woman who had acted as a kinder mother than his own. Surprisingly, Mrs. Whittaker sat down across from him, tears gleaming in her eyes. "I would bear anything, young master, if it would mean that you are happy. I spotted the young man earlier today. He is the spitting image of you." She wiped a tear from her face. "And Cassandra was always very kind. This will be a happy household now that you are here with the woman you love and the child you did not know about." "Thank you, Mrs. Whittaker," he said as she stood and patted him on the shoulder. He touched her hand. "That means so much to me." Elliot sighed, came back to the present and stared out of the window of the drawing room. Tea was on the table, but he had not touched it since a servant had poured it for him. His mind and heart were far too occupied. Was this the life of an earl? It was intended to be a life of luxury, but instead for him, it seemed that he had constantly had to battle for what he wanted and to have what made him happy. He was glad that his father was gone, and he no longer had to battle with him either. But would his father have agreed to Catherine's crazed plan? Sadly, Elliot realized that he probably would have. All of his family members seemed to be cut from the same cloth. No one cared for him. Not really. They only cared for their title and their reputation, and in Catherine's case, her position. The sound of carriage wheels dragged him out of his reverie, and the butler came to the door. "Sir, Mrs. Benson and Mrs. de Vries are here to see you, along with the boy." "Excellent. Please send them in as soon as possible. You may also bring in their trunks and other items. You know where to put them." "Where is the minister?" "He has been sent for this morning, my lord. He should be here within the hour." "Excellent. Thank you." In a few moments, Cassandra entered the room, beaming, with Sarah and James behind her. He clasped Cassandra's hands in his and kissed the tops of both of them. "Welcome home, my love. I had feared you would not return. It has been so lonely without you." "And you, young man," Elliot said to James, shaking his little hand warmly. "And it has been lonely without you." Cassandra moved aside, so that Sarah stepped forward. Elliot had been nervous about seeing Cassandra's old friend again, knowing just what Sarah had thought of him. But instead of a scowl, Sarah smiled. She curtsied, and he bowed his head. She walked up to him and said, "I congratulate you, Lord Ferguson. You have done very well indeed. I am happy for you that you both have found your son and can now be a true family." "Thank you, Mrs. de Vries. You may now call me Sarah, I think." Sarah laughed, and Cassandra pushed her arm through Elliot's, a wide smile on her face. "Excellent," Elliot replied, clasping Sarah's hand tightly. "I am glad that the past is now behind us and the future before us." A butler entered the room, clearing his throat, grabbing the other's attention. "The minister, my lord. He has arrived." "Thank you," Elliot said, and then moved his arm about Cassandra's waist. "Are you ready to be married, my love?" "I most certainly am." Cassandra couldn't breathe for happiness. She feared that soon she was going to wake up and find out that it was all a dream. It all seemed like a dream. Everything in her life since the return from their trip seemed ringed in lovely gold. Elliot Andrews, the love of her life, was smiling down at her with affection. The minister was speaking about love and the unity of marriage. Her best friend and son were looking on, grins on their faces. Could it really be? Will I become Lady Ferguson at long last? Lord Elliot, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife? To have and to hold. From this day forward until death do you part? Cassandra woke from the train of her own blessed thoughts and she jumped back to attention when the minister spoke. "I do," Elliot said in a strong, confident voice, a smile on his face. Tingles of excitement ran over her skin. They were about to begin a new life. Only this time, together. "And do you, Cassandra Benson, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? To have and to hold. From this day forward. Until death do you part?" Cassandra wasn't even sure how she was able to muster up enough focus to speak. Her heart was fluttering so fast, and her mind was in a daze. But somehow she replied, "I do." "And do you have the rings?" "I do," Elliot said, pulling 2 rings from his waistcoat pocket. Cassandra's mouth fell open in surprise. She had not even thought of such a detail. And now Elliot was sliding a beautiful ring onto her finger. It was gold, with a light filigree in the shape of leaves surrounding it. It was so beautiful. She felt like she wanted to cry at the sight. "Elliot, it is so lovely." "As are you," he whispered with a wink and handed her his ring, which she slowly fit onto his hand. "You may now kiss the bride," the minister said, and when she looked back into Elliot's eyes, her heart swelled with love for him, and she saw the love he had for her expressed there. Elliot Andrews was everything she ever wanted. Not for one day had she ever wanted anyone else. Since they were children, in her heart, she had known that he was for her. It had taken them a few years, a few mistakes, and the revelation of what had been keeping them apart for them to finally come together again. Elliot leaned down and Cassandra stretched up to meet his lips. It was a gentle, soft, and chaste kiss. Yet she knew that all their love was present there. Sarah and James began to clap. And when Cassandra pulled away, she saw Sarah pull James close to her. He was grinning from ear to ear, his hands still moving in applause. Cassandra sighed in happiness. Finally, her son would have a home where he was wanted, where there was happiness, where he could finally realize the love of both a mother and a father. "Congratulations to you," Sarah said, beaming. "Thank you," Elliot said proudly. He turned to shake the hand of the minister. "And thank you, Minister." "You are most welcome, Lord and Lady Ferguson. You have only to sign the document here, and then I shall be on my way." Excitedly, Cassandra followed Elliot to a side table, and the two of them at long last signed their names as husband and wife. Sarah and James were on the other side of the room, and so Elliot whispered to Cassandra, "Are you happy, dear Cassandra?" "Dear wife." "Very happy, dear husband." "Very happy, indeed." She giggled and covered a gloved hand over her mouth. "I never thought this day would come." "Nor I," Elliot said. "There were plenty of obstacles in our way, many of which we knew nothing about. Unfortunately. I am sorry for everything. Sorry for my family." He was going to continue, but Cassandra put a finger to his lips. "No, Elliot. You must no longer blame yourself or try to apologize on their behalf. It is over. It is done with. The past is now the past, and we have only the future to look forward to." Elliot beamed, and when he put down the pen, he pulled her into his arms. "Yes, we do," he whispered in her ear. "I love you, Cassandra. And I love you, Elliot. Now," he continued, "since our minds are meant to be focused on the future, then can you answer me something?" "What is that?" she asked. Elliot walked to hand the paper to the minister, and he returned to Cassandra's side, a wry smile on his face. "I wonder when I might have you in my bed again." At that, her happiness filling her so much she thought she might burst, Cassandra threw back her head and laughed. Epilogue. 3 years later. "Well, James, what would you like to do? Would you rather go to school or stay here with us and study under tutors?" Lady Ferguson was sitting in the lovely sun in the garden of the Ferguson estate, holding her young baby Margaret in her arms and watching her 8-year-old son with interest. Young James pursed his lips in thought, something he seemed to always do, no matter each year that passed. Lord Elliot was leaning back with a contented smile on his face. "I think, Mother and Father," James said, "that I would like to stay here to study." "And you are certain?" Elliot asked. "You will not miss playing with the other children?" James shook his head. "We may go to London, can we not? And visit with friends. But I think that I have had enough of cold, dark buildings where one is meant to learn only and never smile or go outdoors." James gave a little shudder, and Cassandra nodded her head in understanding. "You are quite right, my dear boy." Gently, she began to rock little Margaret in her arms. The baby's nurse was sitting near the house, watching in case she was needed. "Your time was just too dreadful to repeat." Elliot nodded and laid a hand on his son's shoulder. Cassandra thought back to when they'd first picked James up from the orphanage. He had been pale and a little too thin. He seemed afraid of so many things. And then once he was fully installed with Cassandra and Elliot in Elliot's ancestral home, with each new day, he had grown into himself, smiling more and learning to laugh. He had grown and filled out, and now Cassandra was looking at her lovely boy. And she couldn't believe his transformation. Secretly, she was glad that James had chosen to stay at home with them. She didn't want to risk losing James to some sort of evil schoolmaster for the next 10 to 15 years of his life. It had been too hard for him under the thumb of horrible Miss Simmons. And he could certainly learn well enough at home. "That is quite understandable, James," Elliot said. "We will find the best tutors around to give you only the best education. For you shall be the Earl someday." "Shall I?" James said, his eyes growing wide as if it was the first time he had thought of it. Elliot burst into laughter. "Of course, James. Did you not realize?" James shook his head. "How foolish of me. I suppose that I knew it deep down, but I never heard it said aloud." He frowned. "How strange. Do you think that I can do it, Father?" Elliot grinned and glanced Cassandra's way for a moment. "Of course. Why, if I, with my many faults, could do it, then so can you. But I am still learning every day, and so, now that you will be at home pursuing your education, you will be able to work with me. And I can teach you everything you need to know." Smiling, James jumped out of his chair and wrapped his small arms around his father's neck. Elliot laughed again, and Cassandra's heart was full at the sight of such love that surrounded her. "Thank you, Father. I will do my best to learn. I promise." "I know you will, James. You have learned so much already." James moved away from Elliot and rushed to his little sister's side. He placed a fingertip gently on her cheek. Margaret was fast asleep, but Cassandra could see a tiny smile on her face at her older brother's touch. "Besides," James said, "Margaret will not go to school, not like boys. I want to be here with her." Cassandra leaned over and placed a kiss on James's head. James looked up, surprised. "What was that for, Mother?" "To let you know that you are loved and that you are a wonderful boy." James blushed with happiness, and he stood on his tiptoes to give Cassandra a kiss on her cheek. "Now," she said, "you must run and play. You have spent long enough talking to us, James. Go and see what the gardener is doing today." James smiled again and ran away excitedly. Ever since the orphanage, James had preferred to stay outside rather than in, and so each day he was always at the gardener's side, asking questions, and watching the plants, learning everything about them. Cassandra nodded to the nurse, and the young woman came to pick up little Margaret and return her to her room. Cassandra turned to her husband. "Are you happy with James's choice, my dear? I know that you went to school, and you wish James to have everything that he needs. All the advantages." Elliot nodded his head. "You know, I was rather nervous he would want to go to school. And then we would have to be apart from him again." Cassandra stared at her husband for a moment in surprise and then laughed. "I felt exactly the same way. I am so relieved he chose to stay here. I had a feeling that another bout of school would push his progress back. He has done so well here learning on his own. With tutors, his mind will expand rapidly." "Exactly," Elliot said. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, and Cassandra breathed in the fresh spring air, loving the feel of the sun and the sound of the wind in the bushes and trees that stood nearby. Since their marriage, she had known only happiness. It was everything she had hoped it would be. Her eyes moved to Elliot as he sat back, enjoying the feel of the day. Even though only 3 years had passed, Elliot had aged in maturity. He looked stronger, more confident. And he definitely smiled and laughed more. He acted just as he had when he was a boy. Their love had not dimmed. In fact, it grew more with each and every day that passed. As she kept looking out over the garden, she spotted a servant coming toward them. Determination in her step. She glanced at Elliot, who had sat up at the servant's arrival. "My lord, my lady. There is someone here to see you." "I did not wish to bring her inside. And I wanted to ask you first if she might be allowed entry." Elliot frowned. "Who is it? Hill?" Hill looked severely uncomfortable. But she cleared her throat and said, "Your sister, my lord. Lady Ferguson." Elliot looked at Cassandra. She couldn't believe it. After all this time and no word, really? At least not to her, Catherine had come back? She waited for Elliot to speak. What would he say? Elliot sighed. "Let her come in, Hill." "Yes, my lord," the servant said, curtsying. She left and returned a short time later with Catherine in tow. Cassandra watched in amazement as Catherine made her way across the garden grass. Cassandra blinked, still in shock that it was happening. It had been 3 long years since last they had laid eyes on her. "What are we to say, Elliot? What are you to do?" Cassandra asked him in a whisper. "I do not know, my love," Elliot replied, and then Catherine was standing in front of them both. Her hands clasped in front of her. Her smile a thin line across her face. "Elliot, Cassandra," she said, bowing her head a little. "Hill, please do send for lunch. We shall have it here in the garden," Elliot said. "Yes, my lord," Elliot replied to Catherine. "Sister, what are you doing here?" she said. "Thank you for seeing me, Elliot. I was not sure what you might do, but I wanted to take the time to come and visit you." "Oh?" he said, the gesture sarcastic, but his voice still came out soft and gentle. "Yes," Catherine replied. "May I sit?" "Of course," Cassandra blurted out, suddenly strangely happy that her sister-in-law had come. And it was because both James and Margaret would benefit from meeting more extended family. Since her own happiness had grown so much in the past years, she couldn't help but feel that others should share in such a gift. Catherine sat demurely and cleared her throat to speak. "I came with a bit of news. Mother has fallen slightly ill, and so that is why she could not come and seek you out herself." "Ill?" Cassandra said, surprised. "What has she fallen ill with?" "The doctor is not sure, but he is also not sure how long she will live. I have come as bearer of a message. We understand that you will not come and see us. And I understand that you do not wish for us to come and see you. But I thought this was more important." Catherine handed Elliot a slim envelope. Tentatively, Elliot took it. And his eyes asked Catherine a question. Understanding it, she replied. "It is from Mother. S. He fears that she will not live out the year. And she wanted to say these things to you. Or rather, write them. You know that her written word was always more polished than her spoken one," Catherine said with a slight smile. Cassandra looked away, uncomfortable with the forced intimacy between the siblings. Elliot replied, "Thank you, Catherine. I know that it must have taken a lot of courage to come here today when you knew you could have sent it by way of the post." I know," Catherine said, nodding. "But despite all that has happened, I wanted to see you all. To be sure in my heart that you were all well." She swallowed. "The 3 years that have passed since my departure from this house have seemed very long to me. Cassandra nodded in agreement, but in her case, the years had been blissfully long as she enjoyed the time with her family. However, Catherine looked as if the 3 years had aged her considerably. There were grey flecks in the hair at her temples, and new lines at the corners of her eyes and mouth. Elliot merely nodded, still gripping the envelope from his mother in his hands. Cassandra knew that he was anxious to read it, even though his mother had left under such circumstances, comforted only by her own indignation. "They have been long," he said finally, "but they have been happy. What of yourself, Catherine? Do you have words for me that you would like to share?" Catherine looked away in the garden. Cassandra could hear James yell out something with excitement, and something flicked across Catherine's expression as she looked in James's direction. "Your boy," she said to Elliot. "He has grown. He is looking healthy." "Yes. He has found a place of happiness." "That is good. I will tell Mother. She has often asked about the boy, mostly when she was not feeling herself." "Do you have any other children?" Catherine turned her eyes to Cassandra, and Cassandra was surprised to see that there was no more heat of anger in her sister-in-law's look. There was no disgust. Only a sort of tired resignation, and if she wasn't mistaken, bitter regret. "Yes," Cassandra replied at long last. "We have a little girl, Margaret, born 8 months ago." "How lovely," Catherine said with a little feeling. "She is sleeping." "You have just missed her, yes." "She has returned with her nurse to her room." "Well, it seems that it must be for the best. I hope she grows up healthy and happy just like her brother." Catherine stood up, and Cassandra said, "Will you have tea with us?" Catherine hesitated for a moment and glanced in Elliot's direction. Elliot nodded his head, and Cassandra waved to a servant, asking them to bring tea for the 3 of them. Catherine sat down slowly once more, looking both uncomfortable and relieved. Cassandra had noticed that Catherine had not answered Elliot's question, and she wasn't sure if Catherine was actually here to apologize. But perhaps there was hope for some sort of healing after all. Now that she had come, Cassandra didn't want her to leave and disappear so hurriedly from their life again. Since she had found James, she had dreamed of having a big house of family members, all loving each other. Her parents had even visited a few times, and they loved the children and seeing the happiness that Cassandra had found. She had been able to forgive her parents, and she wanted Elliot to do the same. "Thank you," Catherine said stiffly. "Will you tell us a little of what you have done in the past years? How has the cottage suited you?" She could see Elliot shift in his chair, but she ignored it. "It has been very comfortable, thank you. Mother and I have kept mostly to ourselves. We go to church on Sundays, and I on long walks, sometimes with a companion, but that is all. Much reading and writing is done." "A companion?" Cassandra asked with a smile. "How nice for you. Who is this companion?" "He," Catherine replied, blushing. Cassandra felt a swell of happiness. Could her sister-in-law have found someone special? Someone who was changing her heart toward her brother and her family? "He is the brother to the minister of the church. He is a scientist. We often walk together, discussing plants and animals. It has been an interest of mine in the past. So that is why James is so fascinated with the outdoors. He must have gotten it from you," Cassandra said kindly, and Catherine smiled a little. "And Mother?" Elliot said. "How long has she been ill?" The tea arrived, and Catherine said, "Several months now. She used to join me on some walks, but now she remains mostly indoors, writing to friends and reading. But of late, she has been too ill to do even that." Cassandra felt a pang in her heart. Since the end of her mother-in-law's life could be coming soon, She knew that they would have to get over their pride and visit her. She would have to speak to Elliot about it later. "I am sorry to hear that," Elliot said, laying down the envelope to pick up his teacup. The rest of their conversation was slightly awkward and stunted, but as Catherine left, she said softly, "It was good to see you, brother. I hope we may meet again. There is much to make up for on my end." It was an apology, in a way, and Cassandra felt hopeful and happy. In the hall of the doorway, where they had escorted Catherine, Cassandra turned to Elliot and wrapped her arms around him. "I hope that you are not angry, my dear. But I was so overcome with the sudden need to forgive. To bring more family back into our happy fold. For we have been very happy, have we not? And Catherine seems to feel regret for the past. In some small way." Elliot had a solemn look on his face. But he kissed Cassandra on the side of the head. "We have been happy. I understand your heart, Cassandra. And I am lucky to have it so close to mine. For your heart is far better than mine. You have such a capacity to forgive. I saw it in the way you forgave your parents as if it took no effort. Well, it was difficult. But I am far happier now that they come and visit and have taken James under their wing. As if nothing had happened. To me that is far better than holding on to anger and resentment. I tired of that a long time ago." Elliot sighed. "And I too am weary, my dear. But there is still so much past anger there. I do not know how to begin, but you are right. It seemed Catherine did make some effort in coming here. She did not have to." Cassandra slid her arm through Elliot's and together they walked back to their garden seat. "Exactly. And I think, dear husband, that we begin by reading your mother's letter." Elliot nodded, and when they sat down, he pulled the envelope from the table, sliding his finger under the wax seal. He hesitated a moment, and Cassandra smiled at him with encouragement. "Read it aloud, if you like," she said. Elliot cleared his throat and then began. "Dear Elliot, I am now coming to the end of my life and I have had time to think over all that has happened. I hope that you are happy, my son. For in the end I realized that is what I wanted. To see you not only happy but also successful. To be all that you could be. I have a feeling that you have found happiness with your Mrs. Benson and your son. As I found a happiness with you and Catherine. Forgive me, Elliot. Forgive me and let me pass on into the next world knowing that your heart is not hardened any longer against me. Be at peace, my son, and revel in your happiness. Love, Mother." When Elliot looked up, Cassandra could see tears in his eyes. She too felt them brimming in her own, and she went to his side, wrapping her arms about his neck. "Oh, Elliot. What beautiful words. She has finally seen sense and thought about your joy above her own desires. At long last." Elliot nodded. He grabbed onto Cassandra's hand and kissed it. "At long last. I am shocked by her admission. Her request for forgiveness." "Me as well," Cassandra said. Just as James bounded up to them, beaming and talking a mile a minute about what he and the gardener had discussed. The happy three wandered inside, and Elliot and Cassandra listened to James's tales until it was time to dress for dinner. Both Elliot and Cassandra wandered up to take a peek at a sleeping Margaret in the nursery. When they arrived, James was already dressed, and he stood with them as they looked at Margaret and listened to her steady breathing. "Promise me something," Elliot said. "What?" "That we will never be the way my parents were with me. That we will let them do what makes them happy." Cassandra leaned her head against his shoulder. "I promise." The family stayed in that position for a little while longer, and even though Elliot didn't say it, there was more happiness to be had. She knew, for she could feel him relenting. Soon enough an aunt and a grandmother would be forgiven and brought into the fold for as long as they had left. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.